The following program is for adult audiences only.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very low nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
all of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
Vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed, who will be here shortly because, well, he got himself all his new audio equipment that was on his wish list, ordered it, set it all up, and we spent the last hour trying to get everything working properly. And, well, it worked good for a while, but it was just changing settings on its own. And, like, he would hear himself, then he wouldn't hear himself. And I heard two of him. I was afraid that you guys are going to hear two of him. So, well, he's getting his old setup back up and running again, just so that he can, you know, get his audio back to the way it was last week. And I don't know if the problem's on his end or my end. I legit used TeamViewer to log in and try and get his things all sorted, but it didn't work out. We ran out of time, didn't realize it was already time to start the show. So, what are we going to talk about today? Well, as you see before you in the thumbnail, it's Tobacco Endgame. It's here! And as you can tell, it's not going to be a pleasant experience for anybody involved. I mean, it's going to be like a tornado coming and plowing through, and there's going to be catastrophic losses because of the ridiculousness that exists in the world today, where you don't even know what facts are true, what facts are propaganda, and what facts are just bold, outright lies told by people who fully believe what they're saying. It's preposterous how things are. And, well, that's what we're going to cover today. It's the Tobacco Endgame. Are you ready? Do you have what you need to survive and to never smoke again? I placed another order from Bull City Flavors. Finally got some wonderful flavors. And one of the flavors I ordered was actually from my mate, because he was talking about, having Red Jacks, little strawberry candies that have that jelly filling on the inside. Well, when I was placing my order, I came across flavor art that made that specific flavor. So I've got that coming. And as a kid, I loved Toblerone and Tyrone and a bunch of these unique candies you can't hardly find here in the States. Well, I got some of those wonderful flavors as well. And I finally reached out to Darren from Flavors, because I got a reminder in my Amazon photos that it's been 2 years since he first sent me a package of flavorings for me to evaluate and try out. He said, listen, I need some more pineapple, I need some more orange. If you could, restock me on those, that'd be greatly appreciated. He's like, I'll send you whatever you need, just make up a list. So I sent him a list. He's like, I'll get right on that. I'll let you know when it's on the way. So I got wonderful flavors coming, because even with all the flavors I have, I don't think I'm ready for the end game. I really don't. Because I've got maybe 3 or 4 recipes that are like, oh my God, those are definitely all day vapes. And I know where I can get the supplies, and I don't care what they prohibit. I'll still be able to access those and still be able to make e-liquid for myself. So even if Pennsylvania falls, like a bunch of the other states in this country, well, I've got what I need for me and my wife to never smoke again. And I want to know is, do you guys have what you need to never smoke again? Because the dominoes are falling. I have been flabbergasted this past week by Canada. Rights for Vapors have been sending out and standing out there, handing out cards to people, asking them to write to Mr. Holland and tell him his outright war on nicotine is wrong. And if he goes through with it and he gets this legislation passed that bans all flavors, well, there's going to be a lot of ex-smokers that become smokers again because of his legislation. People don't realize how close you can be sometimes to losing it all. And that's one of the stories in the news today. We've got it covered in the news today about how a typo essentially, a typo in the legislation that nobody caught and nobody noticed until after it was voted on and passed, could have literally banned all of vaping. And I think it was Utah, the state of Utah. Anyway, I want to welcome all you guys here today. Kenny will be joining us. We'll figure out his audio chain. And now that he's got the same basic hardware that I've got, well, I can set his OBS setup the same as mine. And you guys can get him to feature a bunch of stuff from his end. It's going to be exciting. We've got so many advancements going on in place. We've got so many commands that are working on. I tried the fireworks thing. It didn't want to work again. I don't really understand why. But don't forget, feel free to type in your commands.
Anti-vaping propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
This is also the first time I went to set up the stream today. And YouTube's like, do you want ultra low latency for your stream so people can interact live? Not have to wait 10 seconds to see something that they typed in actually get a reply? I'm like, yeah, let's give that a try. I got decent internet. And we'll find out. Is it going to work? Is it not going to work?
Vaping is better than smoking.
Andrew Cuomo works. That's awesome. All we need now is a little bit of cash infusion. We had a cash infusion. Man, this would be a piece of cake. When I can't figure something out, I just ring somebody up and say, hey, man, here's $100. If you can fix the problem, $100, bada bing, bada boom, will be fixed and up and running. But I don't have that. So I got to figure the stuff out on my own, which I don't mind doing. It's kind of like a puzzle. Remember when you were a kid working on a puzzle? You had to work the puzzle and you would just like keep going at it until you finally get everything you wanted. So that's what I'm going to keep doing. I'm going to keep chugging along. I'm not going anywhere because I'm never going back to smoking cigarettes. And I want to save as many of you out there as I possibly can by showing you how you can do it yourself.
Good news, everyone!
Good news, everyone! We're not going away. We're fighting for our very lives. So I want to say hello and welcome to everybody that's here today. We are Vaping Bick, William Dobson, the Vaping Snowman, Robert Harvey, Sean Lynch, and Mallery Gates was the first one here, and Dutch is a new one here. Awesome to have all you guys here today. It's going to be another little party going on for tobacco harm reduction. We figured out exactly what we need to do to never smoke again, and we're here for each other to help each other out. When we can't figure something out, bring a mate and say, hey man, how do we get this to work? You know, you got yours to work. Like last week, we tried to deal with the damn vape doom. I still don't like it. I tried it once afterwards, got the same results. We're spoiled for choice. We have so many options available to us, and we each have one that is our all-day vape because it works. No fuss, no mussing around, it just works. So, trying to expand our options, get everybody out there, 2 or 3 things that they can rely on. So if something happens to the one, you still got another one to fall back on, and then we'll be all good to go. But before we get into the party aspect of things and get into the fun aspect of mixing wonderful flavors and looking at a retro vape and seeing what it's like and what it was capable of and how we can use that today or not use that today because of how good or bad it was, I think it's time for us to jump into the news and see, well, what the hell's going on around us? Oh, there we go. There we go. This is what's going on around us today. The Harm Reduction Coalition of Aotearoa down in New Zealand brings forth the obvious facts that we know to be 100% true. What's the traditional approach that they've used? The war on drugs, man. Eradicate all drugs. Criminalize these people because they're breaking the law and punish them for any use whatsoever. What? Your buddy had coke on the table and you were in the same room even though you just walked in the room and the cops walked in right behind you? Guess what? You're going down for it too, and you're going to jail. Because of minimum sentencing terms, you're going away for 6 months. Even though you tested clean and there's nothing in your system and you didn't even know they were there. Doesn't matter. Worse yet, it was in your car, your friend got in your car and had some on him, and you got pulled over for a taillight out or some ridiculous thing. Well, your car is not confiscated because of the war on drugs. How is it a good way for us to move forward and benefit humanity when you've got a war that has casualties that didn't even think of this substance as an issue, let alone something that they actually did? Rely on anecdote and ideology and beliefs to punish everybody for it. It's horrible. Going to jail. Have a nice day. And stigmatize the people that choose to use these products. Don't look into why they're using them. That's irrelevant. They're criminals. They're going to jail. And abstinence only. Prohibition does not work. When are these people that are supposed to be intellectual, erudite individuals realize that abstinence will never work? That's why when we were growing up, it wasn't abstinence only for no sex as a teen. It was safe sex. Teach the kids how to use a condom. You know, have the girls talk to their doctors about getting on the pill so they don't have a child when they're 13 years old and their entire life course is completely altered because they either choose to keep the baby and can no longer pursue their educational endeavors to better themselves, to become a contributing member to society. Their role now is strictly corralled into being a parent. For good or bad, that's not the way we should do things. We need to accept the fact that, people are going to make bad choices. And, well, we need to minimize the harm and the consequences of those bad choices. And not make them feel bad because they made a bad choice. And make them understand, this is a better choice. And that's where you leave it, at the door. Dutch, thank you for the super chat. That's awesome. Why I don't have one pop up here on this message, I really don't know. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciated. All right, so what's the proper way? We all know what the proper way is. You accept the fact that there's going to be drug use, right? You legalize it so that there's a safe supply for people to have access to these products, right? Don't criminalize people for making a choice. Drug use is normal. It's a part of our everyday life. We sit here and drink caffeine. We drink alcohol. Nobody blinks an eye about it. Some places on the planet don't even have a minimum drinking age. But you want to pick up a vape? Oh my God. You're going to jail. Seriously? The science is there showing this is a much less harmful option. Nothing in life is 100% safe. Water is not safe. You can drown in it. People are tortured with it. They don't look at that aspect of things. And drugs differ. And even the same drugs differ based upon the dose that you're taking. We need to be people-focused and focus on humanity and improving each other to improve humanity as a whole. It's that simple. Anyway, Janine Timmons hit the nail on the head. Smoking is the #1 preventable cause of death and disease on this planet. A rational minister of health would embrace harm reduction, which helps people transition away from deadly cigarettes. Instead, he's choosing to destroy this product. And is this the legacy that he wishes to leave for the end of eternity? Because once we're gone, we're gone. But what we do or don't do, that's the only part that remains. The effect that we have on others. And this is actually a good thing, folks, if you really sit there and look at, try to armchair quarterback this whole situation. They're now going after nicotine pouches, right? And these nicotine pouches are absolutely no different on the relative spectrum of harm than the stuff that is sold over the counter in every grocery store in the United States. The nicotine patches and the gums and the sprays that are all manufactured and sold by Big Pharma. And the fact that Australia legalized vaping with a prescription model to the pharmacy is actually a good thing. Because they look like a bunch of hypocrites. Because every single product that's available in the pharmacy is manufactured by Big Tobacco, being sold by Big Pharma. So the hypocrisy is becoming more and more obvious the more that they push for this stuff. And that's kind of the reality of who's behind all this. This is a David and Goliath battle. We're fighting for ourselves. David and Goliath. We're fighting Goliaths out there. David and Goliath. We're fighting Goliaths out there. David and Goliath. I had to mute you, Kenny, because you must have the stream playing in the background. It was coming back to me. You must have the stream playing in the background. It was coming back to me. You must have the stream playing in the background. It was coming. Week after week, we deal with this kind of stuff. It's just been one crazy thing after the other. Voice meter out B1. Voice meter out B1. That's correct. Voice meter out B1. Myself. That's correct. Voice meter out B1. Myself. I hear you.
I hear
And
you.
I hear you.
I hear
And
you.
I hear you.
There's an echo. I hear you.
And there's a loop. I have no idea where the loop is. That's what we were trying to figure out before. Except it was a very fast loop before. Now it's a delayed loop. It's like 5 seconds delayed. Loop before. Now it's a delayed loop. It's like 5 seconds delayed. Loop before. Now it's a delayed loop. It's like 5 seconds delayed. Do you have the stream running in the background?
Yes, how about that?
You got that turned off now?
Yeah. How was that?
Hot diggity dog diggity, we're up and running.
Fucking hell. You want to see the state of the shit of this shit? It's like something done with gaffer tape, you know what I mean? It's what a shower shit. So,
What do you guys think? How's he sound? I'm still getting a slight echo. Yeah, it sounds like he's on the wrong mic. Sounds like he's on a camera mic or something. And you're picking up the whole room.
Because this thing, there's no processing whatsoever. It's just plugged straight into power and bump. That's it. There's nothing. I haven't got any of the Rode software installed anymore now.
So it's basically doing the same thing that the other mic was doing, except it's not processed at all.
No, it's just plugged straight into the computer via USB, and that's it. It's going. I've actually gone through the Windows mic. It's classed as a Windows mic.
Yeah. But do we still have that same delay that we were fighting with for the past hour before the stream started? So it's not the microphone that's doing it, and it's not the software that we're using to route it.
You sound fine this end.
Whatever. We're going to move forward. I can understand you. I imagine they can understand you. They would say it otherwise by now.
Yeah.
Mallery says she doesn't hear any kind of an echo.
Oh, well. The stream's happy, then I'm happy.
Maybe it's something in my Bluetooth earpiece. I don't know.
Oh, God, that's a thought. I want to get that on, haven't I? Shit. I wonder.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. Anyway, getting back to the news here, we've got smoking's the number one preventable cause of death. That's why we're here week after week after week. And we try to keep politics out of this show, even though that's exactly the solution that we have available to us, is to vote out whoever the schmucks are in office now to send the message that we're not happy with the way things are. And they keep banning stuff that we need access to. They keep taxing things, and for those of us that are struggling with the way society is right now, we can't afford it if they tax it any more than what they're doing. So the only way for us to clearly send the message to people is to vote the current people out of office, regardless of whether they're the same political party you affiliate with or not. So don't look at this video that I'm showing you today as a political message or stance that I think you should vote for him. It's the fact that what his message is resonates with all of us advocates out there. Because the tactics that he talks about are identical regardless of what topic you are fighting or advocating for. All right?
I does not want to go to there.
So powerful corporations and partners in the media have a playbook they use on you when you beat them too much, and in areas you can cost them real money. They implemented every page in the playbook on Bobby when he decided to question the absolute moral purity of the gods of Big Pharma. Pharma was apparently beyond reproach, and when Bobby questioned them, his adoring press turned faster than the weather in Texas.
I did press on presidential campaigns and campaigns in general for almost 20 years. What generally happens with people like me is when we're done with the trench warfare of campaigns, which is low-paying and grueling work, big corporations hire people like me to come inside and implement the playbook, defend them from attacks, and run an offensive attack against people that the corporation doesn't like or who is threatening the corporation. And here's the way the playbook works. First, they attack you broadly and they question your facts. They say you're lying and it's ferocious. But if you keep on moving after that, they move on to character assassination. They take on who you are as a person. They dig up everything bad in your past and leak it to the press. If you had a fender bender, you're a reckless driver. If you paid a bill late, you're a deadbeat, and so on and so on. Every part of your life goes under their microscope. They try to embarrass you. They try to make you say this fight isn't worth what it's costing me, and you quit. But if that doesn't stop you, and it stops most people, but it didn't stop Bobby, they say you're a liar. If liar doesn't work, they say you're an anti-Semite and a racist. No two slurs in America are worse than those. No slur except crazy. Crazy or kook or crank or nut job are their mainstays. That's their nuclear option. Because if they can get everyone to dismiss you as a wacko nut job...
RFK Jr. spreading some really deranged lies.
I mean, his own family doesn't support him.
Everything you say is suspect. And then they can get back to selling whatever thing it is you said might not be safe. And here's the thing. It works. Like damn near 100% of the time it works.
There was a period of time, and when I was a kid, when doctors were recommending that you smoke cigarettes. There's advertisements.
Have you seen that movie The Insider with Russell Crowe and Al Pacino? Russell Crowe plays a whistleblower, Jeffrey Wigand. It's a true story. He worked at a tobacco company and he blew the whistle on big tobacco. He said that...
I want to thank Paul for mentioning that the one time he was here on the show, because I went and watched this thing and I'm like, holy cow.
That cigarettes and tobacco were, shocker, addictive and cancer-causing.
So that's correct. Cigarettes are addictive and cancer-causing.
In the nicotine delivery business.
That's what he told.
We're in the nicotine delivery business. That's where it got its bad name. But if you look at the products that are available freely from Big Pharma, and you look at what the FDA says about those products, it's completely different than what they say about the vaping products. And the vaping products aren't significantly more harmful than those are. But people want to mistake it as all being caused by nicotine, because it's the part that makes you addictive. It isn't the MAOIs that are inside cigarette smoke that are created when you combust tobacco that's sprayed with ammonia and all these other additives to create over 7,000 compounds. That's not the problem. It's nicotine. So society believes that nicotine's the problem, but it's not.
The truth. What did they do? Big Tobacco destroyed him, and they used the playbook to do it. And here's the thing. If all the publications and TV shows you trust tell you someone's a crazy person, they must be a crazy person, right?
When you can just make things up, that must feel good to him.
Wrong. A lot of times, the crazy person is just someone brave enough to speak truth to power.
And that's what we are as tobacco harm reduction advocates. We know firsthand that we can walk up a flight of steps. And we've been vaping for years. We couldn't do that when we were smoking cigarettes. They're not the same thing. They need to stop treating them as the same thing. But they just come out with bold-faced lies that they know aren't true. The science shows that they're not true. And they keep spouting the misinformation. Like the teen vaping epidemic. Look at the numbers. You might have made that argument in 2019. This is 2024. And even when it was at its height, at its peak, it was still a minuscule population of kids that were trying it. And I'm not even going to get into today the argument about how if you take one puff, a single puff of a device, you're now a vapor. You're addicted to nicotine. You get the same stigmatism applied to you because you chose one time to try a vape.
But it's not like the playbook didn't work to a large degree. This is New York Magazine in 1995. This is New York Magazine in 2023. This is Vanity Fair in 2006. This is Vanity Fair in 2023. This is Rolling Stone in 1992. This is Rolling Stone in 2023. Standing up to them exacts a real...
Robert brings up a very good point. You have to smoke 100 cigarettes to be classified as a smoker. Why are teens being judged on a single puff in the last 30 days to be labeled a vapor? The hypocrisy is all around us.
Real cost, and that's why they do it.
I just thought it was important.
And what was the cost?
The cost was that I lost a lot of friendships, lost my jobs at the environmental groups. I lost the relationships that I'd built over maybe 50 years of life. I had close friends who just told me they couldn't be my friend anymore. So now I'm subject to this new form of censorship, which is called targeted propaganda, where people apply pejoratives like anti-vax. I've never been anti-vaccine, but everybody in this room probably believes that I have been, because that's the...
And that's exactly what the tobacco control freaks out there are doing to us. They're labeling us tobacco shills. We work for Big Tobacco. Why are you fostering the agenda of Big Tobacco? No, we fucking hate the Big Tobacco as much as you do, you moron.
I'm sorry, but he actually does sound like he's got throat cancer, his voice.
Yeah, he's got a condition in his throat where his larynx are constricted, and he's had multiple surgeries to try and correct that.
Is that off smoking?
But that's one thing he never did was smoke. He did use drugs. He was addicted to heroin for a while. Went through recovery.
Oh. Never smoked, eh? Jesus.
But the whole point is, and I didn't bring this forward to, turn this into a political conversation. This is about the fact that the tobacco tactics that they've been using for eons, they're trying to use on us who are fighting for our own lives because they've classified vaping in the same boat as combustible cigarettes. And I commented on Brent Stafford's one video talking about how the dual use, they always go after this dual use bullshit, right? I'm sorry, but dual use is an indication that they're on the off ramp from the tobacco highway. Sometimes that off ramp is short and straight. Sometimes it's very, very long. And sometimes it goes around in a circle and it continues on and on and on. And it seems like it's never going to end. But that doesn't change the fact that it's still the off ramp that person is on. Studies show that the longer you vape, the less you smoke. And studies show that the longer you vape, the more likely you are to become a permanent ex-smoker, to permanently give up the combustible cigarette habit. But they still want to fight about dual use. The reality is dual use is actually, if you would just simply leave the fuck vaping alone, dual use with existing indoor tobacco bans, if vaping was allowed everywhere, more people would start vaping. And the more they vape, like my brother-in-law, he was told that he's not allowed to have a single smoke break the entire day. So that vape that we sent in his care package, he's now using it when he's at work. And guess what? The more he uses it, the more likely he is to not want to smoke anymore. It's that simple.
Fingers crossed.
It's an eventuality. Because why would you want to taste the nasty cigarette after you've enjoyed a delicious cheesecake, strawberry cheesecake, or whatever floats your boat is your favorite flavor? Because you're going to buy what tastes good to you or sounds like it tastes good to you. And you'll eventually come across something that'll become your all-day vape, and it's so good flavor-wise that you just don't ever want to touch a cigarette again. Anyway, the whole point of this video message was to get you guys to realize that, you know what, we are fighting a good fight. We're meeting resistance because it's working. What we say comes from the heart and can't be refuted. They can't tell you what you've experienced in life because you know better. And your friends and your family know better. And the word is spreading. And it's just a short matter of years before vaping will overtake combustible cigarette smoking. And once that tipping point is reached, I see it accelerating again. And they know that the end game is here. It's not the end game they wanted, but it's the end game that's going to benefit humanity because there will no longer be combustion of tobacco. Yeah, you're going to get a few oddballs here and there, kind of like the people that are just now reverting back to vinyl records, having vinyl record collections. I had dozens and dozens of milk crates of vinyl records. Gladly got rid of them to go to CDs, and gladly got rid of the CDs to move to digital media that's all contained on a hard drive. And now the size of thumb drives, you could literally put all the music on a thumb drive.
You can't beat the sound of vinyl. You can't beat the sound of good old vinyl, though. You just can't beat it.
That's like there's always going to be people out there that say you can't beat a good cigar. Sitting back at the end of a work week with a scotch and a cigar is their comfort. That's what provides them with the pleasure they need to accept the week that they've had. It's that simple.
Oops.
That's becoming legalized everywhere.
Oops. Not my
And that is also a benefit to this whole war on harm reduction. Because the hypocrisy remains, and you can't make the argument anymore for the person that doesn't use either vaping or combustible cigarettes or weed. The common sense says, hey, man, you're going to let people smoke a cannabis plant, but it's different if you're smoking a tobacco plant? Well, it doesn't make any sense. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to go, okay, you're allowed to smoke all the cannabis you want, but we're going to eliminate tobacco plants? It's still combustion.
So I think they're trying to replace tobacco with cannabis now, then. Tobacco is going to go out, but she's going to be smoking cannabis now and get stoned to shit.
It's obvious. The hypocrisy becomes obvious. The more that they attack this stuff and the more that they try to attack pouches, which is literally nothing but, you could literally take and buy pouches, and you could go to the store and buy the nicotine sprays and spray the pouches with it, and you could use that. And it's the same thing as this. And everybody knows it's the same thing. So when they're attacking this, they look like a fool and don't even realize it. That's why Mr. Holland has gotten so much opposition, and why Rights for Vapors in Canada has literally gotten anywhere from 200 to 500 signatures every single night for the entire past week. They're up to almost 30,000 signatures, and they just started this a week ago.
Wow. Holy moly.
I don't know. I could sit here and talk about this for hours, but it's time for us to move on to the next bit of news in the repertoire here. You're going to love this one. I told you guys. One typo away from having complete prohibition. How a typo in Utah's new e-cigarette law nearly banned all vape liquid statewide. That's what they want. But fortunately, they caught on to what they did. And apparently, as Australia found out, well, once they have something on the books, it's easy to change the wording to capture or release anything. Which means for us as harm reduction advocates, that's a good piece of news because, well, the legislation that's already on the books is irrelevant. That's not what we need to fight for. We need to fight for the fact that it needs to be its own category. Because if it was its own category, none of the laws that are on the books now would apply to it. So, to steal a line from Hamlet, Act 2, or not? Yep. That was the question. And the answer almost banned nearly all electronic cigarettes sold in Utah, including big tobaccos. You know they're not going to allow that. They know the end game is here. They know vaping is the only way for them to survive. And that's why they're banning all the modern technological products that are out there, like this one or like this one, in favor of their outdated 15-year-old technology that nobody wants because it's nothing but spitback.
Shite, man.
But
absolute shite.
The intended goal seems simple enough. In an effort to reduce the number of kids vaping nicotine, lawmakers this past season overwhelmingly approved a brand new law banning the sale of fruity and sweet-flavored vapes that data shows young people are drawn to. Bullshit! Everybody's drawn to beautiful, fruity, and sweet-flavored products. You don't go into a restaurant and say, I want some raw chicken. You want it cooked. Not only do you want it cooked, you want it seasoned. And your seasoning is going to be different than everybody else's, so that's maybe why I come back or not come back to this restaurant.
Definitely.
Anyway, there's a link in the description below if you want to check this out and how Utah got lucky. But you know what? There's other states in the United States right now that aren't so lucky. The PMTA registry bills, which force retailers to stop selling anything that is not made by the FDA authorized big tobacco clan, is coming through. And for those states, there are tornadoes there on the ground, and it's in a matter of time, it's going to wipe out all the vape shops. Because if you don't have anything different than what you can get at a convenience store, you really want to take the chance of selling every black market product that is now illegally on the federal and state level? Anyway.
Mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
For our Aussie brothers and sisters down there, I love this article. The Australian government is currently considering a bill to implement the next stage of reforms to vaping regulation. Let's see this. You banned them. Black market got formed because it was illegal. People still wanted it. And there were plenty of people that were willing to make money on what people want. It's called capitalism. I don't know if you ever heard of this term. At present, vaping products that don't contain nicotine can be sold in regular shops and convenience stores like tobacco products are. To use vaping products that contain nicotine, people must now get a prescription. That was the last time. People still need a prescription. The prescription model failed and created a thriving black market where everybody had access to them. So we're going to double down on it now and really crack down where the only place you can buy these stuff is from a pharmacy after you see your doctor. Oh, and by the way, we don't want you to know that every single one that's sold in the pharmacy is made by Big Tobacco. Sorry. Inconvenient fact for people like to hear Turk on there. Can't possibly admit that, you're in bed with Big Tobacco. You want to call us in bed with Big Tobacco? Your legislation and your prohibition measures have basically created a monopoly in Australia. If you want to vape in Australia, you have to go back to Big Tobacco as your source. That's where your money's channeled to. Have a nice day. Prohibition failed. So what's the solution? Common sense will tell you the solution is to have a free regulated market, like it is in Europe. Anybody can manufacture e-liquids in Europe as long as they don't put stuff in the e-liquid that is on the prohibited list. And as long as they register their product in case, maybe somebody actually did get sick and it wasn't just an accusation on Twitter or Facebook or in the news. Well, then we could go and say, hey man, what's the lot number on that bottle you were using? Okay, let's get a hold of the company. They have to recall the lot number 6435216AB. And everybody that bought a bottle of that needs to bin it and get a replacement. Have a nice day.
Fucking hell.
That's the only way you're going to get rid of the black market. The stronger you clamp down on it, the worse the prohibitions are, the more likely it's going to be picked up by the criminal enterprises that are out there and the gangs. And don't think for a second that they're not going to take that money and terrorists aren't going to create, places where you can get access to this stuff because every bit of money they make there can go fund their terrorism. The only way out of this is to create a legitimate market. It's not rocket science. You don't need to have a master's degree in economics to understand this. All right, normally we take a look at, things specifically from the perspective of, vaping and smoking and nicotine and those kind of things. But today we're going to switch gears. We're going to take a look at things from the financial perspective and realize, after watching that video, you came to realize, Big Pharma is not somebody to be messed with. They got more lobbyists than anybody else, any other industry in the whole world, right? So now I'm not going to get to watch this. Yeah, okay, forget you. Let's try this a different way. Well, it ain't going to work. No, I'm not taking any of your cookies because you won't show me the article. Figures.
F you mother effer.
This is what you call censorship.
Financial time. Oh, yeah.
Anyway, this whole article talked about how there's an ESG score. It's a financial assessment that's done on big tobacco, okay? And how big tobacco is always rated high 90s, right? Almost perfect, despite the fact that every single one of the products they sell will kill half of the customers that buy it. But they still manage to rank 95, 98, 99%. And then you get somebody like Elon Musk, and whether you look at Tesla or SpaceX or even PayPal when he was running PayPal, he always scored near the bottom of the thing. And every big tobacco company across the entire world scored higher than he did. Despite the fact that, well, all the stuff that Elon was trying to do was trying to improve humanity, improve society, and, well, always took in consideration environmental things and financial things, and always had the most efficient board of directors he could and the most effective management strategies. But the one thing he doesn't have, and that obviously didn't consider, is all the people that are out there lobbying to make sure that, well, they don't pass any ridiculous laws that put you out of business. Big Pharma has plenty of lobbyists, and so does big tobacco. And bam, wouldn't it be a shame if, somebody invented a product that actually saved people's lives and improved their health outcomes and, well, took a big chunk of money out of big pharma and big tobacco and all corporate interests whatsoever. Because money is the root of all evil.
Oh, shit.
But
big style.
I don't want to look at that aspect of things. Jumping over to the UK, wow. We find...
Oh, the good old Blighty.
Let's try this again. United Kingdom pushes ahead with their smoke-free generation tobacco laws. Because they don't know any better. So you're going to be 54 years old, and you're going to want to go buy a pack of cigarettes, but because you were born 6 days too early, you're not allowed.
Plus, the Tories are pushing all their agendas now because after all our local elections we've just had, they absolutely got slated. So you can guarantee they're not going to be the next government. So they're going to do what damage they can do before they get voted out.
Yeah.
Yeah. They got slated in the local elections. All the local mayors were all Labour mayors now. They're not Tory mayors. They absolutely got hammered. They must have lost about 40% easy.
So they give a nice little story. Having taken up smoking at the age of 14, I was smoking 40 cigarettes a day by the age of 20. And as my 21st birthday present to myself, I gave up. But today, 40 years later, I still feel like a fag sometimes. Yeah? Maybe it's not about the actual cigarette. Maybe it's about the fact that, you found nicotine and nicotine benefits you like it does caffeine does for most people. And that should be okay. As long as you are using a product that isn't going to negatively impact your health outcome like combustion of tobacco does, what's the problem? Where is the harm? Without harm, it's like anything else you do. It's a choice. So when they say it's not about freedom to choose, it's about freedom from addiction, she's wrong. Because guess what the science says about nicotine use divorced from combustion? It's not an addiction. For it to be an addiction, it has to have harm. Simple. They should have learned by now. Strictest in the world. Is that the goal you want to go for? It's unrealistic. The youngest people have continued to have the highest smoking prevalence. That's because they've been lied to. The DARE program, we know about the DARE program, right? What happens when they taught us about drugs? Well, we never knew they existed until they came into our classrooms and told us all about them. And then we started asking questions. And when we started asking questions, we found out that some of our friends were doing it and we didn't even know. Well, it's not going to kill you if they're doing it. And then when you move out and you get to college and then, well, you find out that you try it yourself and go, what's the big deal? Then you don't believe anything the government tells you. They've lost the trust and the faith in what you were told. So
the scary thing about it all, right? They want to eradicate smoking in the UK, but they haven't mentioned the fact, I think we spoke the other week about it, that the £10 billion in tax revenue they're gaining from it, where they're going to get that from if they decide if cigarettes do become a thing of the past. Where's that £10 billion going to come from? They're going to tax the shit out of something else. They're not going to hide £10 billion away. Nobody
I
in the
think
right
they're legalizing cannabis. They know they're up shit creek without a paddle because of the tax loss that they're going to have when combustion has been eliminated by vaping. And because they haven't classified vaping as a separate category that they could easily tax at a much lower rate than they're taxing cigarettes, and then later on ramp that up to be in line with the actual harms it may or may not cause, like they could do with alcohol. I mean, you can get a low quantity of alcohol by volume product that is taxed low, and you get a high quantity volume alcohol that is taxed high because of the relative harms of consumption of that particular dosage. They can do the same thing with vaping, but they can't as long as they're trying to prohibit it.
But then again, the governments are not exactly bringing anti-alcohol because the taxes on alcohol haven't went up for years. They've froze the taxes on alcohol, so that's pretty much the same. You know what I mean? They've never increased this. I think it's alcohol and I think fuel. I think they haven't increased fuel duty over the last few years, but cigarettes, they've just hammered it every year.
It's my Bluetooth. Your audio before the stream was actually really good.
Yeah.
This is my Bluetooth headphone.
Really? No way. You person, you.
We had it all figured out, mate. The problem's in the Bluetooth.
You.
I thought about that for a second. I'm like, I hear it in my headphones. Let me put my headphones on and see what it sounds like. I'm like, there's an echo in here, but there isn't one in there. So we had it working.
Devastated. I I wanted to show me new. I wanted to showcase my new toy, and it's gone tits up.
Listen, mate. When I roll the bumper, you could switch over. Show your new stuff. All you gotta do is change the input, right?
Pretty much.
Change the input on the first column in voice meter.
Well, I haven't touched that because I've just set this one up on number 2, where I had that wireless one on. I've never touched the first column, so it'll just be a case of plugging it in, hopefully, and away I go. We'll have another gander.
Oh, you literally unplugged it. You don't need to unplug it, mate. I've got 3 audio interfaces plugged into my computer, and I'm only using one.
Now, because the USB cable fits perfectly. It's the same kind of power cable for my mic.
Oh, so your USB cable is plugged into the microphone
power
instead of the audio interface. Gotcha.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah, because this needs power.
Yes.
But what I did, right, and I was thick. I thought, hang on, right, and I have got a cable, right, on that end, XLR, and on the other end, there's a jack. So I thought, oh, I'll plug it in. Then I realized it needs power. It's phantom powered. I went, shit.
Yes.
Fuck. But it was there. It was nearly there. But I've got a power box lying about somewhere, and I just don't know where it is. I haven't got a clue. I've got an actual phantom power supply lying about somewhere, but I ain't got a clue where I put it. Well, we'll have a look. I can show you. I'll unplug that. Pop it out there. Hang on. There she is. Audio Technics. The AT7R. There's your side cancellation things. And that's your front, that's your back. There's your front. And obviously there's the condom for it. There she is. Really good. All the reviews have been comparing this with some top end mics, and they said it's not far away. So I'm quite happy. As they say.
Very nice.
Yeah. Wants to be for the bloody price. Well, there you go. I was ready to go, the XLR and all that shit. I was ready to rock and roll, and bollocks.
I bollocksed it up by telling you there was an echo when there wasn't one. It's in my Bluetooth headphones, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Anyway, getting back to the news and getting back to the financial things that we are cut off from on the first bit. I ruined the way I was going to deliver that, but anyway. Long story short, Big Tobacco knows the end game's here. And so, well, they need to convince their investors that we're on top of this vaping stuff and we're going to recoup our investment because we bought Enjoy Ace, the actual only vape company that's received a PMTA authorization marketing order from the FDA. So Altria bought them, and now we need to get our money back. So guess what the focus is that they were telling their investors? Good morning and thank you for joining us. We've made meaningful progress in the pursuit of our vision, and our highly profitable traditional tobacco business continued to perform well in the challenging environment. Wait a minute. I thought they were bragging about how they want to move to the future, that they want to end smoking around the globe. That's not what they're telling their investors. We also demonstrated our continued commitment to maximizing the return of our investments and delivering strong shareholder returns with the sale of a portion of our investment in ABI, Anheuser-Busch. Big Tobacco is also big alcohol. Bet you didn't know that.
Right, they've got to have the pennies in every pie, man, haven't they?
Diversification. Very fundamental principle of any business strategy. My remarks this morning will focus on the continued early momentum behind Enjoy's commercialization, the state of the e-cigarette category, and enforcement progress. They're not talking about enforcement against themselves. They're talking about enforcement against everybody else but themselves.
Yeah.
I told you the thumbnail for this week is legit. There's a tornado coming. I don't care where you live on the planet. This will affect you at some point in the future. Are you ready? Yes, big tobacco will become big vape. But we need products that we want to buy. That's what big tobacco should focus on. Not trying to eliminate the competition. How about making a freaking product that actually can compete with them? There's a freaking idea for you. Here's Smont. Beautiful, delicious flavor. And if I want to direct lung it, you can't do that with any of their products. That's why nobody wants to buy them. Anyway, what are we spending our money on? Do the math. Do the math.
Exactly.
No, man, they're too worried about unleashing a 20-foot autonomous robo-tank with glowing green eyes.
Holy moly, what the fucking hell is that?
That's real. That's not some AI-generated crap. That is real. And there are no human beings inside it.
Well, that was kind of a matter of time because you've already got unmanned drones, so it was just a matter of time before they put the technology onto vehicles, isn't it, really?
Yes. This is real. The Pentagon and their mad scientists have been cooking up this beast of an unmanned combat vehicle, been working on this thing for decades, and it just took a major step forward. DARPA recently put its 12-ton racer-heavy platform autonomous tank through a fresh round of testing out in the wild. DARPA's also the one that created the internet, by the way. Their initial research on it, creating the framework for it. But here we go, self-driving military vehicles, been around for 2 decades. It's part of their robotic autonomy in complex environments and resiliency program.
You know what it's going to be like, don't you? It's going to be like War Games. Remember that movie War Games, where all your generals are just going to be sitting there playing with the remote control tanks and planes?
No, it's going to be 2 AI computers duking it out.
Yeah.
That's where we're at now. Don't ask how many billions of dollars they spent to develop this tank. You don't really want to know.
I wouldn't even like to guess. Holy moly, man.
That's what we're spending our money on. How is that benefiting society?
Military might, eh? Military might.
Load of horse hockey. Oh, I don't need to load this one up because I already loaded this one up.
We don't need wars or anything, but we'll invest heavily in military equipment. Okay.
We don't need to worry about the homeless veterans in this country, or how many of them have mental health issues that we're not treating, because we won't recognize that it's actually caused by our neglect when we put them on a battlefield and subject them to human beings having their arms ripped off by these autonomous, combat units that we've developed. And we're not quite ready to put them on the battlefield by themselves, so we do need to put people on the ground, because we don't want to look bad and obliterate the whole school because one terrorist was, camped out in the basement. Anyway, that's a whole nother conversation. But here's a bit of science for you guys. Dr. Sharon Cox at the University College London has published this lovely piece of science. And they're finally, this is something that very rarely happens in the scientific community. Okay? This is technically the vape science segment. I need a bumper for that. However, there's something that very rarely happens. Scientists study one particular aspect of whatever, right? And that's all they focus on. Everybody's got blinders on in the scientific community. Very rarely does somebody step back, take the blinders off, and go, where does our science fit in with all the other bodies of knowledge around us? Oh, my goodness. We are not lockstep in the same place as everybody else. We're way out in left field. We should all be playing on the same pitcher's mound when we throw our balls. Right? Because if you're out in left field, I don't care how hard you throw the ball, the batter's never going to get a good, clean swing at a ball coming at him. Because it's never going to get close to him. So, every so often, the scientific community comes together and they sit there and they look at things and they take the blinders off and they go, look, we need to write a paper about this. We need to get everybody in the same line. Tobacco smoking addiction and nicotine dependence. The addiction comes when you smoke tobacco, not when you consume nicotine in any other way. What a fantastic idea. Let's face reality. The science has already been proven. It was proven back when I was in high school still. We've diverged so far away from it because we've been so focused on prohibiting this evolution away from cigarette smoking that we kind of lost sight of the facts that were already proven 5 decades ago? 3 decades ago?
Oh, God,
So if you need a piece of science to revert to somebody, I know us advocates out there are constantly putting on there, where is the harm? Like talking to these stupid people like, but it's addicting. Is it? Well, read this paper. It's not addictive when it's divorced from combustion because there is no harm. No realized significant harm.
Give us a sec.
Anyway, links in the description below if you want to check it out. Got another piece of science here for you. Can't believe we're an hour and 15 minutes into this already. Tobacco researchers suggest that healthcare providers talk with adult patients who smoke about relative risks of tobacco products, including e-cigarettes. Why are you limiting it to adult patients? If you get some teenager that picks up a cigarette, you don't want them to quit until they become an adult? Do they not see the logical fallacy in that statement? No, they put that statement out there because the antis would jump on this as being, pro-industry if they didn't mention the word adult patients.
Sorry.
But this one comes from the Medical University of South Carolina, Cancer Center, Hollings Cancer Center, I believe. Yeah. MUSC, Hollings Cancer Center. And it basically tells you, listen, every healthcare provider out there should be talking to their patient that is somebody who smokes, chooses to smoke a cigarette, and let them know that, well, there are less harmful ways for you to continue to consume nicotine.
Sorry, I want to drip there.
And because this is a press release, Here's the actual bit of science. I always like to put you guys, in the horse's mouth. Here's the actual content. Nicotine e-cigarettes, considerations for healthcare providers. And unfortunately, it's locked behind a paywall. When are we going to get to the point where humanity recognizes that we don't need to be behind a paywall to understand what's going on around us? You wonder why scientists that do these research things and publish these papers, do they pay for a subscription to read this? Some of their universities provide them with one. When I was going to college, I had access to some publications. But there can be no consensus as long as they're locked behind paywalls. You're talking to yourself when your publication is locked behind a paywall.
More censorship in it at the end of the day.
When are we going to stop putting money before everything else in society? Yes, you need money to operate, but there's got to be a better way for us to actually learn from science. Because things like this get completely forgotten. This was published back in 2013. Isn't it amazing that back in 2013, the FDA had no problem with people using nicotine as long as they wanted to, so long as they didn't go back to smoking cigarettes. The facts remain.
Holy moly, man. How times it changed.
The facts remain. There's no doubt about this whatsoever.
Stop.
Done. Legit, we're actually completely done. That's the news in its entirety. An hour and 20 minutes today. I need to be better about cutting that back to a specific amount of time.
Well, if it's news that's got to be told, it's got to be told, sir. That's the way I look at it.
And unfortunately, Virtual DJ is not listening to my commands today. Everything else seems to be working pretty good. You playing music?
Good news, everyone!
I've got something to show
me.
you.
Let's see what you got.
I've been playing with AI again. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? There you go. I've got no idea what the hell I'm going to use it for.
Hold on. That's the problem with that filter.
There you go. More AI. The wonderful world of AI. Do it. So there you go. I love having a double with AI. Great stuff. There you go. Testing, testicles, 1, 2, 3. You're right there, mate. I'm always lagging well behind.
That is very interesting.
Man.
I switched Bluetooth headphones and I still have the
Very
same
odd.
sound.
Odd.
How about now?
Yeah, he absolutely
I
fine.
needed you to speak so I could hear it. That didn't fix it.
Oh. Hello. That is absolutely fine.
I still have an echo in mine. I don't understand
go.
this. There's absolutely no reason for that to be the way it is. All right. Anyway, folks.
Yeah. Oh, you just sound fine, my end. You
Did
sound
everybody
absolutely
drop their
fine
hand
on my
checks?
end.
We need to go and check our hand checks.
Oh, hand checks. Three testicles, yikes. Rub it off, yeah.
Drop your hand checks on the Facebook page or on the Twitter post.
Okay, William, I'm not going to press any more buttons, okay?
Hand checks.
Look, I'm keeping my hands well above my head. I'm not touching nothing.
Hot diggity dog diggity. All right, so this one is bad. Let me put the headphones on. There.
I thought you just bought some new earpieces. I thought them were new ones.
Yeah.
You just bought some, yeah?
Here's the old one. Here's the new one. Either one of them connected and I have an echo. But when I have this on, there's no echo. Very
odd. The Gremlins are out this week. Big style. Did you have another go with your Doom?
Yeah, wasn't
Mine's
happy
still
with
going
it.
strong.
I'd get about 5 or 6 pulls into it even after we reworked it, and then it would just go dry. I'd get a dry hit. I would get it singeing, you know, the initial characteristics of it, and the next one, no matter how short it was all dry hit.
Yeah.
So,
boom.
I'm going to have to spend some more time playing with it. That's all there is to it.
Like I said, it took me a long time to get it right. Long time. Like I said, it sat on the shelf for a year, pretty much. That's pulling lovely. I mean, cheer at this. No problem. Lovely.
That's
Absolutely
crazy,
perfect.
man. Absolutely crazy. I know,
You'll
I
get
know,
it,
I
man.
will.
Trust us.
But you know
You
what?
will get it.
I'm
If
spoiled
I
for
can do
choice.
it,
I've got this one right
anybody
here.
can do it.
This is the new one from Smoant. I need to complete the editing of the video for it. Live-in PK kit. Man, is this thing a gorgeous little device. It's still got a fatal flaw.
That's your problem, you see. That's your problem. You're spoiled for choice.
And see, the problem with this one is when you lock it, it locks everything. The thing doesn't work. The screen's on, but it doesn't work. It won't work for auto draw activation. You can't push the button to get it to fire. When it's locked, it's the equivalent of being off. Why do vape manufacturers do that? I don't freaking understand that.
Well, I think it's just being over safe, isn't it? You know, so if you put it in your pocket, there's no way it's going to fire
Turn
in
it
any
off.
shape or form. So, you know what I mean? Even though it might.
Why am I going to lock
Exactly.
it? It doesn't take
But
any
people don't
longer
do
to
that,
lock
do
it
they?
as it does to turn it off. I want them to make it so
Yeah.
that when you lock it, it locks the buttons. So the buttons don't do anything, but the auto draw still works. Because if you throw it in your purse or in your pocket,
Yeah, that's the whole point.
it's not
isn't
going to
it?
auto draw on its own. You need to create a vacuum in here that triggers the switch in there to fire. Their auto draw works fantastic. But don't put that stupid switch on there.
They just do, don't they? Manufacturers, man.
Well, sir.
Sometimes overthink.
Move on to our hand checks. Here we go. William Dobson's lovely hand check that he's provided for us today. That's the Tesla Steampunk with her Juggernaut RTA on top.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a fucking rainbow one. Oh, no. It's rainbow. No.
What's wrong with rainbow?
It's horrible.
You know what's horrible? These headphones, I hear myself. That makes no sense whatsoever. It's delayed, but it's super, super quiet. Why? I might as well put the Bluetooth back in.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. A lot of this stuff that I've been tracking down and chasing, because like we did the fireworks effects. If I trigger it here, is it going to work? It triggered there. I see it in the queue. It played. It won't work.
Very odd.
I can spin myself. That works. But the fireworks don't. What's odd is, if I trigger it a different way.
Right there.
Why?
Very odd. Full of dangle clacks this week, mate. Dangle clacks galore. But for the sake of our wonderful public, we shall soldier on.
Yes, sir. I'm a bad host. I'm not paying attention to the Hunky Horde out there that's watching this stream. All right. Time for a dad joke bumper.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Line.
Hey, man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
It's go time! Time for our lovely dad jokes, and I was sitting here trying to get my headphones connected. So I did not load them up in the bumper that's running. And it's opening on the wrong screen. There we go! Thank God they put up a cone. I would have driven right into that mess if it wasn't for that cone. Are you there, Kenny?
1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
Oh, you're super loud now.
2. Sorry, hang on. I'll turn that down a bit. Whoa. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. Wrong one. Whoop, my mic gain's kind of high. There we go. What's that like? Too loud? Loud?
Loud.
Loud? Jesus. Ah. Hello, hello, hello.
Try again. Now you're gone.
I'm back. I'm back. Back. Back.
We're a discombobulated mess today. So, how about we surround ourselves with people who fight for us in rooms that we're not in? Despite being a fool sometimes and not being able to get things working properly. Let's make sure it's not because of the noise suppression. You're gone again, mate. Okay. You work on that. We'll work on the dad jokes, because my toxic trait is that I assume people have some common sense, and I get mad when they don't. How many of you out there are just like that? Get frustrated with people that have no common sense. Can't see what's right in front of their face sometimes. And as we love the A-team so much, their economies hit them pretty hard. This is what they're driving now. Smart car. Counterthink, FDA vision test. I don't see a thing, Doc. I don't know what you're talking about. Conflicts of interest? No, not us. Not the FDA. We don't see any conflicts of interest here. We get all the tobacco tax money, and we don't want anybody taking its place. No conflict of interest. Kind of like there's no conflict of interest between the fact that the preservative BHA is an endocrine disruptor that's already been proven in the scientific literature, and it's been linked to cancer, and it's banned in, I don't know, every country around the world except ours. And, well, all these foods contain BHA that the FDA doesn't have a problem with. It's okay. We got to keep big pharma and big healthcare happy. So keep eating that BHA, because then you're going to need to take a pill for your thyroid not working properly, and for diabetes because your pancreas isn't going to work properly anymore because we disrupted the endocrines in the food supply. I support free speech, just not hate speech. Yeah, well, I support physics, just not gravity. Doesn't exist. Not my book. We are so screwed. Let me tell you something. If you trust the government, you had a horrible history teacher. Because if there's somebody you're not going to trust, it's definitely the government. People living paycheck to paycheck are attacked by the landlords living month to month, who are attacked by the banks and corporations living bailout to bailout. Meanwhile, the U.S. government is living war to war through the taxes collected on our paycheck. Such is the circle of life. Oh, fuck. I've been found. Name something you shouldn't do naked. Drop it in chat. Name something you shouldn't do naked. Is Kenny allowed to work on his audio if he's naked? I don't know. Favorite slang terms for penis. Deep fry food. No, you should definitely not deep fry food if you're naked. Oh no, bad choice. Bad. In 1962, Kicky Wicky. In 1613, it became Long Plum, then a bald plat friar, a silent flute, a gaying instrument, liver disturber, yikes is right, master of ceremonies, father confessor, quick stick, quimstick, patuti, ambassador, kidney buster, dingle dongle, dingwallace. And in 1963, it became the snorker. And in 1975, it was a corned beef torpedo. Sorry, folks, man, the dad jokes are what they are because you guys don't give us good quality humor to laugh at. So here we are looking at park rules. No littering, alcohol's prohibited, dogs must be on a leash. Dogs must also be clothed and Catholic. No alpacas allowed. And beware the coyotes. They have skateboards and can do sick tricks. Trust me, they will steal your girlfriend. I've seen it happen. And no hunting man for sport. And no loud music unless it's Tupac. No impromptu group dance-offs either. And absolutely no human sacrifices before 8 p.m. After that, you can do all the human sacrifice you want. William Dobson says, do not sit next to a campfire naked. No, the little flying embers, that'd be bad. And woodworking, no, that's something else you definitely need to have fully clothed. I don't know about this park. Enter your own risk. Park not responsible for injury, theft, accident, or your failing marriage. What kind of park is this? Kind of like, the mentality we have today of a one-day sale being Friday and Saturday. Big sale. One day only. What does it start, like Friday at noon until Saturday at noon? I've been sanding on this for weeks and still not down to bare metal yet. You ain't gonna get down to bare metal because it's a fiberglass-bodied car. Admit it, folks. At least one time in your life, you seriously tried to move an object using the force. Using your mind. Teenage Mutant Ninja Loafers? I don't know. Glue sniffers eat local bus drivers. Huh? Glue sniffers eat local bus drivers? That don't make much sense to me. Dear vegans, even plants think you're wrong. What is it with this war on vegans? I don't understand. Why can't people choose to eat what they want to eat and choose to not eat something if they choose to not eat something?
Oh my God.
You are loud. You're back, but you're
Really?
loud.
Oh.
Hold on, let me go into Ninja and turn off auto gain control. Maybe that's the problem.
1, 2. I'm gonna again, have I? We're gonna again? Oh, hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. I'm too close.
The headphones are going to the wrong output. They're going to some headphone jack. Let's send it to VAIO 3. See if that works. Hey man, what do you think of this picture?
Yeah.
Kenny sounds almost normal on your end. So it's just my Bluetooth. So don't listen to any advice I tell you, Kenny, on your audio.
Just wondering if Compressor too high.
Your noise gate's kicking in too early.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Hang on a minute. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. What about there? Boom, 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 boom. That's better. Getting there now.
Sounds good.
That's all right there. That's it. I mean, noise gate was up a bit high. Well, that's done. All the other stuff should be out. I mean, that's just the EQ. That's working by the looks. Hang on, have I got to come? Whoa, get that off there. That's better. Ah, there was a threshold on my EQ as well for some reason, so I've took that off.
In OBS, you're very loud.
Hang on a sec. On that one there, I'm compressors. Whoa, that's still working. I'm still a bit loud. Hang on. I've got that full belt. That's why. Turn that down a bit. Down, down, down. How's that?
You're still peaking at like -3. My compressor's kicking in OBS to stop you from peaking.
Wow. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There you go. I've turned it to like 40%. Why is it so loud? Odd. Hang on. Turn it down on the deck.
Well, I don't know. Anyway, these aren't pipes. These are just pipes. They're not pants.
There you go.
Couple driving home run over a badger. They get out and find that it's still breathing, but freezing cold. Husband says, put it between your legs to warm it up. Wife says, but it's all wet and it stinks. Then he says to his demise, well, then hold the badger's nose.
Holy moly. I'm not even going to go
Allison's Family Restaurant, now serving toast. Huh?
There you go.
Pour some sugar on May. No.
That is scraping the barrel, that one.
When atheist couples attend church weddings. Bored out of their mind. Having a smoke outside the pub last night, and some dude in a wheelchair said, why do you smoke when you don't have to? I looked at him and asked, why the fuck are you wearing shoes?
Ooh. Ooh.
And you just disappeared in OBS. You're still a ninja. You're still here. Your video just blinked out of OBS. Don't know why.
Oh my god, the gremlins are right. Holy moly.
When your hair salon is closed, but your dog groomer has a cancellation.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
So you're there, but you disappear.
Audio or video?
Video. Now you're back. Now you're disappeared. What the heck is going on? OBS doesn't like you?
I'm not touching anything.
I know you're not. It's OBS over here. And it's quite content. It says no drop frames. 0. Hey man, tap on the screen. Look at them all, waiting on me to post a meme so they can all steal it. I'll do it weekly. And special thanks to Mallery Gates for doing it weekly, or we wouldn't even have these.
Love that.
You know, I think the problem is that we didn't have our flavor explosion, and neither one of us are consuming an alcoholic beverage right now.
Probably what it was.
Well, why is that affecting OBS?
Withdrawal symptoms.
I don't know what's going on here, mate. But my girlfriend said that I'm immature and I need to grow up. So guess now who's not going to be allowed in my cardboard castle?
Right.
When you die and realize that your family is going to find the artificial ass that you've been fucking for the past year. Oh, shit. Guess I should have found a self-destructing one. Who cares? You're already dead. Power of positive thinking. Madness is rare in individuals, but in groups, parties, nations, and ages, it is the rule of the world.
Right there, Al.
That's what she said. Mallery said it'd take her a week to gather up all of hers. And Robert Harvey says, that's the incredible Vanishing Kenny. Your voice is here, but your video is absent. MIA.
And for my next trick,
I left my front door open and my Roomba just went out and I can't find it. What are the consequences of this? It has no natural predators out in the wild.
What?
When I'm trying to summon all my missing socks, they get wrapped into another realm. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, there's always that one sock that disappears.
Being a parent isn't just a job, it's a way of life. Like coal mining, a deep sea fishing, or ice road trucking. You know, really any job that's actively trying to kill you. Like vaping, because you don't want to die of smoking. So you become an advocate.
Doesn't kill you.
You lose your marbles on a regular basis. So how much would Jim Beam... How much Jim Beam could Jim beam if Jim could beam Jim Beam? That's what I need. No alcohol and a tongue twister to get all wrapped up in. You know, aliens are going to be super confused when they show up threatening to overthrow our leaders, and we're all stoked and offer to help them. Because they don't know how to follow science.
Yeah.
We don't know what's in it. We don't know. The gas chromatograph proves you're a liar. You know something you're not telling us. Wait a minute, I got a sound effect for that.
You're a liar! You know something that you're not telling us, you slimy scumbag liar!
We don't know what's in it. The gas chromatograph proves you're a liar. We know exactly what's in it, and we know exactly what's not in it. And guess what? This is why we're going to outlive you, bozo.
That's a good idea. Get all the leaders to smoke and then they'll die before us.
I'm just going to let this one marinate for a while because I know plenty of people that are like this. My daughter included. Although she's not a college graduate yet, she's almost a high school graduate, and she'd probably make that same stupid mistakes.
Kind of brush up on that spelling, don't they?
Colleague graduate. Certainly doesn't say college graduate. Remind me not to send my daughter to LSU.
Maybe Polish or something.
Every high school should have a mandatory class called Life, which teaches you how to sew, change a tire, change your oil, do taxes, basic first aid, basic cooking. At least I gotta know how to make a grilled cheese. Basic things that you, I don't know, actually gonna really need in life.
Yep.
They certainly didn't learn anything in history. Help! Physics shows that that's not possible. Age test. How many of you can pass this age test? Gotta be old enough to understand this one. Hey man, it's Alice Cramden. Straight to the moon! You're going straight to the moon, Alice. How about a 1970s kid starter kit? We got a Stingray bike, a sissy bar, cut-off shorts, long hair, tube socks pulled all the way up, high-top shoes, and not a care in the world. Got a new drug here. It's called tricoxagain. It's been developed for lesbians who have depression. Sylvia Daniel, hello and welcome. Stephen Lane, hello and welcome. Savage Simon 62, hello and welcome.
Oh, Sylvia Danielle is all the way from Transylvania? Really? Wow.
Welcome to have you here. Jono Pokivanok.
Well,
I said I wish you a good day in Hungarian in case she happens to be from that part of the country. Might have some heritage. The same. Anyway, here we go. Michael Bloomberg has 6 planes, 3 helicopters, 11 houses, and 42 cars. And he thinks that you should use public transportation, to save the environment.
Yep.
He also thinks that you should quit or die when it comes to smoking. Doesn't believe in harm reduction or vaping. Matter of fact, spends billions of dollars to making sure that, he gets his way. So I started vaping because, my dad needs a machine to breathe and I don't want to follow in the same footsteps as my dad. Die of cancer. Even the church is angry about it.
Oh. Holy moly. That's a cool pick.
Hey, when you realize that Leather World is not going to have the sofa you wanted. Why did I come here again?
The beer's on. I was like,
I went to visit a psychic the other day. I knocked on her front door and she yelled, "Who is it?" So naturally I left. Notice to riders. Failure to be at the bus stop at a scheduled time will result in missing the bus. Thank you. PCTransit.com. What kind of world are we living in? And you gotta tell people, if you're not here in time for the bus, you're gonna miss the bus. Can you figure this one out? To be or not to be? That is the question before us today. Fuck around with Gen X and find out, folks. I saw this on a millennials post. I don't mess around with anyone over 42. They're built different. Their families had them formally trained in something by the time they were 2. They had keys to the house by the age of 5, could cook full meals at 7, and were pretty much self-sufficient by the age of 9. They left their house at dawn every summer morning and didn't come back till nightfall. And they survived all day on water from garden hoses. They might get a sandwich on the off chance that somebody's parents had just went shopping. They spent 3/4 of their lives by themselves with a parent, maybe checking on them twice a month. Most of them have evaded at least one kidnapping attempt in their life, and they know 15 different ways to remove bloodstains from clothes. They the real fuck around and find out people. From the Ultimate 80s.
Yeah.
Aw, awesome. Do you love it as much as my wife does? I'm still stuck on the original Arbiter. You're very welcome. Glad I could help out.
He's bumped by your blood.
Transylvania. John Cena is slowly turning into Ernest.
Oh.
Sure is.
Oh.
I can see him almost there already. Listen, I think we can conclude that the timeout generation didn't produce as good as citizens as the ass-beating generation.
Yep. Very true.
Quality erection since 1976. ShermanBuildings.com. I don't think that was the best marketing term to use for your billboard.
What if a rock ship boat, like?
Addy Tooney, hello and welcome. Yes, the fireworks is still broke. Don't know why. You woke up as the opposite sex. What is the first thing that you would do?
Fly.
Fly? Did you say fly?
Cry, sob, kill myself.
Cry? Why would you want to cry? You woke up as a woman. Why would you want to cry?
Periods.
Han Solo. Han open carries, hates trade regulations, and tax fees, and opposes the imperial overreach. So we have this show every week so that you can be more like Han Solo. Hate trade regulations, open carry, whatever you feel like carrying, whether it be a knife or a gun or whatever, because when they ban that, well, or you want them pitchforks to be the next thing that they ban because, you can't carry a gun, can't carry a knife, so gardening tools, were they going to ban gardening tools? Prohibition doesn't work, folks. I don't care what we're talking about. There's me after posting a fucked up meme. And people who get offended easily. And then there's my followers wondering where I found such gold to present.
Hallelujah.
Hey, you're back!
Hello.
And you disappeared again. What is going on today, mate?
Still here and here and here. It's so odd.
You know what's odd is when I put it in studio mode, you're back. And if I turn studio mode off, you disappear.
Checking my connections and you spot on.
I guess we're going to use studio mode.
Oh, well, fucked up this week, like.
Bada boom.
Well and truly fucked up this week.
Man, did we screw things up bad this week? We didn't even do it. Our software is just choosing to act on its own way. I know what we need to fix this, though. A little bit of alcohol. And I didn't even prepare anything. So whatever's in my fridge, in my office, that's what we're drinking today. So I think it's time for us to go to a flavor explosion.
Yes, to
while Kenny disappears
I've gone again, by the way.
Kenny's gone from the big scene. Up for your entertainment today, I have yanked out of my studio fridge the beatbox that was placed in there last week. 11.1% alcohol by volume, and it is in a delicious blue raspberry flavor. See if we can get Kenny to show up.
Oh. Okay. I'm going to do this very quickly. In case I go up again. I've gone back onto the Boddingtons at school night, so I'm going to be safe so I don't drive with a hangover. It is 3.4%, 440 mLs volume can. So I'm going to start pouring now. There we go. Never get tired. There you go. I'm on the bodies. I'm on the Boddingtons. Are we done? Did you get that? I'll tell you what it is. That's better. I'm a bit high on this chair because I've got my blankie. I haven't put my blankie over my chair.
I really have no clue what's going on today, mate. I really don't. I've got an echo in my Bluetooth headphones. When I turn this off and I've switched to headphones that are constantly plugged in and just sitting here in the background that I can kind of sort of subtly hear in the background, I put those ones on and then I end up hearing an echo of me very, very quietly just in the subtle background.
All dangle clacks this week.
How? How is that even possible?
Does my sound settled down? My sound all right?
They say it sounds perfect, mate. I'm still hearing an echo.
You sound spot on from my end. Just it's definitely your end. The Starship.
My audio was off last week. My audio was off last week when I watched the replay. I'm like, why was I so quiet? Oh, max volume was turned off. It sounded good.
Hang on a minute.
As long as I was facing the microphone. But if I turned my head to the side, you know, if I moved out of the way, there was no compensation for it.
Just getting a message from Scotty down in the engine room. He's saying, you cannot... What was that, Scotty? You cannot change the laws of physics, Captain. No, we can't. He said, you cannot take any more, Captain. No, Captain Scotty's telling us the Starship Enterprise is there suffering a bit. Need bones. Okay. I got the limelight now, have I?
I had to add a button for the move transition because there isn't a quick transition set up as move transition in the studio version of OBS.
Holy fuck. Anything else?
I don't know, mate. I really don't. I have no clue what's going on today. Fireworks don't work. Virtual DJ is doing its own thing and is completely ignoring StreamerBot commands. This isn't possible. Computers are supposed to do exactly the same thing every single time you tell it to do something. Not do something one time and then not do something another time, even though nothing has changed.
I mean, like, even I see me new little round thing, a nice bright orangey, yellowy round thing. Pretty cool, isn't it?
And I can't push any buttons because now my buttons won't work in studio mode.
Do that. Do that. How cool. Go about that.
Yeah. And you disappeared.
And that. Oh, God. Okay. What on earth?
I have to keep it in studio mode or you disappear.
Oh, that's sorry, William. Just blame me. It's got no to do with me. You can hear us. You can see us. It's just Enterprises needing some maintenance. Oh, very, very droll. Very droll.
Got lots of commands for people to play with.
I even think the other cameras still work as well.
E-cigarettes have this great potential for harm reduction and to keep people from smoking cigarettes.
Oh, thank you.
That's not working. Oh, I don't know what happened with that, like. The webcam seen it's on, but it's just...
Good news, everyone!
Well, all I can do is apologise, boys and girls, but I suppose you'd be thinking a lot of the fun anyway, you know what I mean? The dangle clap.
It's getting to be a regular thing here. Don't understand why.
Very odd. I see you've got most of your stuff automated now, you know what I mean?
But I mean, OBS itself is doing some goofy stuff. I don't understand what's going on. Why? It worked perfectly fine last week. There was no updates in OBS whatsoever.
Anything else updated?
Absolutely nothing this week. I changed a couple permissions on the event things to get things to work in StreamerBot, but that has nothing to do with any of this other stuff. Like the fireworks was actually triggering two different events. So I disabled it in the one thing, like deleted the trigger in the one fireworks list of things. So it's only triggering one action. Well, it works when I push the button, but it doesn't work when it's a check command. Which doesn't make any sense because the check command triggers the action. It's in the action log as completed. But OBS just ignored it.
I was starting to dumb me out this OBS this week, on it. Know what I mean? Interesting. Interesting link. Interesting links there.
Lots of interesting stuff going on this week. I think I'm going nuts, but you know. The wife was off all last week because she was in Tennessee, right? So while she was in Tennessee, I got to attend everybody's live stream. You know, as soon as I got done doing my work for the day or whatever, I could make time to actually watch the live stream. Time that I'd normally be spending with the family. So it was so cool to be able to attend other people's shows live and throw comments in and chat with other, you know, people out there. But even the vape community's constantly changed. You know, people's streams I used to go to all the time, it's like, I don't even recognize half the names in there anymore.
Oh, change
we have the regulars that I recognize everywhere, but
I've just been sorting stuff out because my daughter is off to Milan tomorrow morning for a couple of days with her auntie, so we're getting her all packed and ready to go. Gone.
OBS is fucked. That's all I can come up with.
I don't know.
I really don't understand what else is going on there. Well, we have our lovely alcoholic beverage. We did our dad jokes in backwards order from the alcohol. I'm actually drinking out of my coffee cup because I didn't even have time to go get a glass.
Your coffee cup? Oh, God. Didn't mix it with your coffee.
Man, this stuff definitely needs some ice. You can tell it's 11%. Flavor is punchy as all heck.
That's good, isn't it? What you want?
All right,
Oh,
all right.
well.
Retro vape.
Told you wrong. Oh.
Oh man, is it weird having to trigger? Now you're still gone. That's just bizarre.
Hello. Back.
That's just so bizarre. I had to have you on the same on both on the right and left side, the overview, the preview, and the program, for you to be in the program. I don't know.
Ooh.
Anyway, we have the lovely Digiflavor Z1 side-by-side kit. Gorgeous setup. I'm going to use a prohibited substance in your country to open this.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a tender subject. That, like, been some more recent type attacks in the UK, so.
I heard Steve and them talking about that on the Aussie Vape Show, about how there's been a rash of knife crimes recently in Australia, because they're in the same boat you guys are in. Real knives are prohibited in Australia, so something like this, a big no-no. So now they're having a rash of crimes with, kitchen knives. And they're worried that they're going to lose their kitchen knives and all foods are going to have to be prepared. You're not going to be allowed to cut your own meat.
We're going to become pre-prepared and chopped and cubed for us, because we're not allowed to cook.
Is that the world we really want to live in? Because they can't realize that prohibition doesn't work? Ever? Regardless of what you're talking about? Whatever you prohibit?
I think if they just enforce the friggin' laws that they've got, maybe, it would help a bit, like, you know what I mean?
Look how big this box is. For such a tiny little mod and tank setup. That is beautiful, though. That stabwood finish on there. Little tiny screen. The buttons on the bottom are not clicky. That's weird. The fire button's clicky. These ones are like rubber feel, like you're pushing on something. And it's got some significant resistance, but there's no clickiness to it.
It might be on the little push pads, because you can get some like push pads behind them.
Wow.
Very nice.
USB-C charging on the bottom.
$18,650 or $21,700?
$18,650.
$650. Well, it must be a MTL kit then.
80 watts max capacity.
Must be mouth to lung.
It's marked in there.
Ah. First one never touched the sides. I'm not a fan of them screwy-on caps. I think they're a bit finicky now and trying to catch the thread.
Yeah, because there's so much tension in the battery. Because they made the threads too short.
Like pushing down and catching it.
Pushing it down and turning it, and that's the perfect setup for a cross-thread situation.
Exactly. And we don't want that happening, do we? Hell to the no, no, no. Oh, cute and dainty, innit?
Very dainty display, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
80 watts round robin, so it's 5 to 80 watts. Goes up by 1 watt increments when you hold it down, and then half watt increments if you push the button. I always wondered, why did they put an extra decimal point, an extra zero that sits there lit up for no particular reason? You cannot adjust it. It comes in half watt increments.
Yeah. Nice little simple screen, isn't it? How flash that your voltage, resistance, your wattage, boom. Digi flavor.
That's weird. Look at that.
Oh. Semen stain in the box.
On the inside of the box. That's just... All right, let's open this up. Take a look at what's inside this. Here we have a single coil. Side saddle. Installation.
70
3 holes in the bottom. Remove the arbiter that's waiting there to get cleaned out. I missed that this week. 1 of 6. 6 original arbiters, 2 arbiter 2s. All right, before we get to that, let's take a look at what else is in the box. Because this is a big, massive box. Give you a little tab to pull it out. Instruction manuals.
Is in there?
Spare glass.
Gotta be a little box of spares. Ooh, cotton and coils.
Cotton. Ooh, not only did they give you 1 coil to choose from, they gave you a bunch of them. So you got a flat USB-C cable to charge it. We have a little pack of 4 different coil options available to you. So we have an MTL 4-core fused Clapton, 1.2 ohms. Mouth to lung fused Clapton, stainless steel, 316, 1 ohm. Then you've got yourself mouth to lung fused Clapton, stainless steel, 316, 0.65 ohms, 2.5 millimeter diameter. And then you've got yourself mouth to lung Clapton coils, nichrome 80, half ohm resistance, 2 millimeter diameter.
Tell you what is, that's the first time I've seen anything like that in the box.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Never seen anything like that. You get, like, normally you get a pair of coils and a bit of cotton. Never seen anything like 4 boxes of coils. There's enough there to last you fucking 6 months, if not more.
Yeah. Probably a year's worth of vape right here with all these coil options, especially a little mouth to lung device like this.
Exactly.
And look at this book. Look how thick that book is. I'm sure, yeah, it's okay. So it's probably in 8 languages or whatever, but it's still.
Yeah.
How many people give you printed manuals anymore? Then you got your little warranty card envelope.
Well impressed with them coils, like.
And look at all these O-rings and spare grub screws and a tri-tool.
That's an awful lot of O-rings.
Man, I'm excited about this setup. I'm not a typically
like that
mouth-along
little-
person anyway, but
I love that little keychain they've got on the corner of the box as well. It's like a little keychain thing where you can hang it up. That's brilliant.
so you got 4 pieces here, 16 coils, and this is a single coil rebuildable.
What's the lung? That's just fantastic. That I've never ever seen that ever. Any kind of kit, tank, whatever. Not that many coils.
.5 millimeters is the biggest option available for this.
Real good.
All right, well, I have to get out the coiling rod for 2.5 millimeters.
Really cool.
And I just dropped the cap for it, of course.
As you do.
Hey man, we're batting 1,000 today. Why would this be any different?
Only ever happens when you do it live. Such a cool little place.
All right.
I mean,
she'll fit in there. Let me get my straight blade screwdriver.
I'm not really a mouth bunger, to be honest with you.
I really am not a mouth along, but all these disposables that my wife has me try and I've got to review, it's just like,
oh yeah,
for a short period of time, it works fine. I got no complaints about it. Okay, come on.
Get in there, little beggar. You little beggar.
She's in. Despite how small that is, that actually works really well. You wonder why more tanks haven't done something like this. You know what I mean?
I'm saying, brilliant. Just them accessories alone are worth the money. I can't believe it. I'm loving this. Really cool. That's for you.
.57 ohms.
Hey, not far away. Time it gets burnt in.
I'm gonna turn this down.
Oh hell yeah! Don't burn it out. Oh. I think you run it too hot. Turn it down a bit more. There you go.
17 watts. Make sure this coiling rod still fits in there nicely. All right. And look at this little wad of cotton that they gave you.
Tiny bit there, Alan.
It's legit, just a couple
Holy moly.
cotton wads.
Bit of a friggin' jungly tangle, in it. Like a little mat in it.
Just little rolled up.
Now what that is, didn't you? The pinch Santa Claus's mustache.
Pulls out too easily. There's like, I need some vape fly shoelace cotton. That would be perfect for 2.5 millimeter.
Yeah. Like again, it's what, 2.5 mil oil. You have to thin it right too.
All right, sorry. Cotton's is the downfall of this kit. Get yourself a piece of Muji. Call it a day.
Good old Muji. Beat it. Did you know that some people actually leave that out and say they're on?
Oh, yeah.
Some people actually vape that.
It's not going to hurt anything. I've done it before. I'm doing because it's a 2.5 millimeter coil, and I think a full thickness Muji pad is going to be too much to fit in there.
There it. Oh, just that edge. Get in you. In you.
Oh, too much. You see how that deformed that whole coil?
Hold it.
Here we go.
Just a little
Just enough to move it a slight amount. All right.
It's that DDS style deck, and you just drop it down that little notch.
Just slides down into the little slot there.
Oh, Mallery. What did one toilet say to the other toilet? I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a little flushed. God damn it, Mallery. There's another one. What do you call a nun in a wheelchair? Virgin Mobile. Oh, fuck. Come on.
Listen, I needed some good laughs today. What are we putting in here? What are we putting in here? I'm going to go with my classic Southern Peach. Double Delight.
Good idea, Batman.
I truly love this. Double Delight. The Southern Peach and the Apple one. And this Clementine Citrus Mango. Those three. I mean, those are going to be ones I'm going to order from again. Sweet apple sugar, baby.
Quite liking that, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. All right, so we got that down. Make sure that the threads aren't going to catch any of this. So it's flush in there like that. Do the same on the other one. And then we just screw the top on. Quarter turn top cap. Oh, I love you.
Oh, your favorite.
How many mouth-along one tanks do you know that are like this?
Never noticed.
Barely fit just the tip of it in there. A half a mil. That's all you needed is another half a mil. And your tolerances. You couldn't have made that just a hair bigger. Just like that, we're done. I'm gonna put a little e-juice on the silicone top cap. Make sure she's not gonna stick later. Oh, that's
You heard of
butter.
Doctor Who, haven't you? You heard of Doctor Who?
Yes. Not a show that
What
I
does that
normally
remind
watch,
you
but I
of?
definitely know who Doctor Who is.
What does that remind you of? Exterminate. Exterminate. Exterminate.
You remember
Who does
Lost
that
in
remind you of?
Space?
Sorry?
Same era. Lost in Space.
Oh, Lost in Space. Way I. Enders? Loved it.
Now you work. No, you don't.
Oh, give our. I'm putting me road back on me camera.
I'm past caring now. I don't care anymore. We're all past caring.
All right, mate. 0.54 ohms. What do you think I should start
Ooh,
off
that's
wattage
pretty.
wise?
Let me have a look. I'll consult
30?
the old. How much?
0.54.
Oh, low. Gonna be under.
That's what happens when you're not traditionally a mouth to lung vapor. You're totally unfamiliar of, what it takes to vape at that resistance and that amount of airflow.
Really low. It's only gonna be really low. It's gotta be something like. Was it 0.5?
0.54. Yep.
Hey, it's saying 30 middle, but I wouldn't go that high. I mean, for a cool one, it's
I'm
saying
gonna start
like
off at
25.
21 and a half. That's what I got it at.
Maybe about 20 watts. Yeah, go about 20. Hey, yeah, that's kind of what it's giving you. Oh, that's
Trying to
just
direct lung
35.
this with just a tiny bit of airflow through that single hole there.
I wouldn't.
I'm gonna go up some more.
At the end of the day, it's whatever you're comfortable with, isn't it?
I want to get some warmth to it, not just vapor. 27. See, the difference for somebody that's mouth to lung is they wouldn't be direct vaping it, so they'd have much lower velocity of air coming through there. Therefore, you would have much less cooling of the coil. So they would tighten down the airflow because they're taking, a mouth to lung drag, and you're not going to need as much wattage through there. For me, that is trying to do a direct lung, and I'm used to big voluminous volumes of air. I'm going to have much higher vacuum on the system and it'll move a lot more air past that coil. So I'm going to run it a lot hotter than other people would.
Well, if you put it that way, it's like kind of like how hard you suck in it.
That definitely part of it.
Oh, no.
Look where I ended up.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful vape and a gorgeous side-by-side mod. That stab wood
Nice
design
looking
on the side.
Really nice little stuff. It's chucking out plenty of vape as well, mind, isn't it?
Oh, it's chucking out beautiful clouds. Plenty of flavor, no off taste. This has more flavor.
That's because it's got a mesh coil in.
But there is nothing wrong with this. This is another one that's added to the arsenal that would mean that no matter if everything else broke, I could survive on this. Easy.
Yeah. I think you're fine, right?
Yeah. Not only could I survive on this, but if this is what I bought to quit smoking, I would have quit. For sure. It's relatively easy to set up and put that coil in there. It's relatively easy to wick it. And because the coil is so fragile, you know exactly how much cotton to pull through there. You're not going to put too much cotton in there and choke it out. It'd be hard to put too little cotton in it because, I mean...
I would follow. Oh, you'd probably flood it.
I'm really glad I got that.
I've got the mix, the one I've got. I had the Berserker tank on, and I had that one that Bogan done as well. I'll do. The Ethan or Ethos, Ethan or something was called.
Uh-huh.
And that Bogan brung out.
No way.
Well, I mean, being not mouth to lung, you know what I mean? Still loving this thing. Loving it.
You're fixed.
What you done? What you found? What you done? I bet it was something stupid, was it? Oh, where?
I went into my Windows settings for this Bluetooth device. I made it not the default device, number one. And then I clicked the test button. I didn't hear any test sounds, but you're no longer echoing. It's a Windows problem.
Ah. So now you can enjoy the full richness of this new microphone.
Yeah, now I can actually critique the plugins you have running on there to adjust your thing. The noise gate set a little too high and a little too rapid, but I'll get you there.
I pulled it back because, like I said, for whatever reason, I was finding out I moved it too far up. It's like going, oops.
It needs to be more of an expander, not a gate. See, the problem is whenever you stop talking, it's abruptly dead quiet. Whereas you just want it expanded so that the noise floor is still present at a very much lower volume.
I think you can fan it on with it. Sure you can. Like
what comes after 69? Mouthwash.
That is your mouthwash. You don't know.
And William Dawson said, like the vegan that walked past the steakhouse saying, "You know that cow died so that you can eat?" I replied, "If you didn't keep eating its food, it might have lived."
Yeah, you're munching on its grass, mate. I love it.
Christopher Earl, hello and welcome to the stream.
Hello, Christopher. How are you doing, my friend?
Wonderful to have you here, despite all of our dangle clacks.
Oh,
me blaming Kenny for his bad audio. Meanwhile, it was my earpiece that was screwed up because of Windows. Never a dull moment. We never have dull moments on this show. You know that, right?
Nope. Don't.
And here we are.
6.5 hours later.
Finally get it sorted. Sort of. Because guess what? Now that delay that I heard in my headphones, I now hear in here.
Yeah.
I give up. I'm done. I don't care. We didn't change anything from last week other than, you know, turning one effect on, and it got so screwed up. Meanwhile, Kenny went and spent $200 to get a new audio interface, new microphone, XLR cable. He was all excited to get the software settings going. He's like, "Oh, I'm hearing an echo. Let me go in," and I logged in TeamViewer on his computer. I'm like, "Let me change this, change this, change this, change this." Okay, it should work. But it doesn't.
What the hell? Yet everything was right. Everything was right. The bummer. Everything was right. Yeah, but it seems to have settled itself down now, so happy days, that's all I can say. Out the top.
If we could ever get it to be consistent and work from week to week without any changes whatsoever, and it give us the same results every single week, we'd probably take it to the next level.
Another one there.
Vaping is better than smoking.
Andrew Cuomo works this week.
He's working. Put that one up the top.
I should have worked on that special effect, you know, the one that makes your forehead look so massive. Got a big head making all this stuff work, and then it doesn't work.
That's the... So I've now got the actual Elgato noise removal thing working now, so don't know what's that doing. That sounds alright or not, I don't know.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. Did you turn off the noise gate? So it's just the Elgato?
I turned that other one off. And I've just put the Elgato noise removal one on. It's just a switch. It's just a button in it. You just click it on.
So you're spot on.
It has got some settings. It's got a threshold, which is sitting at 85%, and its release is 250 milliseconds. It's working. I'm not going to touch it.
It's working perfect. It sounds fantastic. Doesn't sound like you processed it at all. Except I noticed a couple things in the background that are no longer there.
There you go. So the
and that tool works so good. I've seen people literally hold a hairdryer up, and you could barely tell that hairdryer was running.
I mean, that's clicking sideways. I'm actually clicking my fingers there.
And it's subtle, very subtle.
Very.
It's there. It doesn't totally get rid of it. It's fantastic.
Yeah. That's all right. Then I'm happy with that. Hooray! We've set up. Sound is wonderful. Mic's wonderful. I've got a nice microphone on my camera now. My Rode is now plugged into my camera, so I'll get some good audio if I do any kind of crap on the camera. So there you can. Happy days. Upgrade complete.
It is happy days when everything works the way it's supposed to.
But I was watching the reviews on this, right, and they were comparing it with the Sennheiser MH friggin' 14 or something, or 3, whatever it is, and the Synco, and they were saying it's close to them, very close, but for a fraction of the price. So
I think it's fantastic because you have it used indoors, and they tell you never use a line gradient microphone indoors. That's why Sennheiser sells the ME 1050 or something, MKE50, which is designed to be just a cardioid microphone with an enhanced lobe, but it's not, super cardioid. It's not line gradient. And it gets rid of background noise, but it works without creating phase differences.
The thing is, well, there's like a lot of professional voiceovers actually use them, obviously in a soundproof controlled environment, but that's what they're using now. Is they're not using the average Joe mic, they're actually using shotgun mics now. Obviously the big
that
Sennheiser
sounds fantastic.
14, that's the popular one, is the Sennheiser one, but actually the professional voiceover people are actually using these now in obviously proper studios, or noise cubicles, whatever they are. But yeah, I cannot knock them. Like I say, if you don't want a camera and you don't want to panny on with mics and that, it's there. Go for it, you know what I mean?
Christopher wants to know that how's your weekend going and what are you guys vaping on?
My weekend's been brilliant. I've had a long weekend. I've put a holiday in for Saturday. I put a holiday in for Sunday. I've got me Monday off. I've had 4 days off. I've had a full long weekend because it's bank holiday Monday here in the UK. I'm vaping on the doom that somebody cannot get whipped yet on the G Class 2. And I am vaping on the Drop Dead 2 on the, I keep forgetting who makes this. I'm sure it's Vapor SO. Yeah, it is, isn't it? No, it's Geek Vape. The Geek Vape Mech Pro, little workhorse. I've also, what have I got here? I've got Falcon King on top of the Watofo Endura. Stock coil tank, that's quite good because absolutely the coils in this are fantastic. And that's pretty much it. And I'm just in a combination of getting rid of some dregs of juices. I mean, 2 of them I've got some Sherbet Cherry by Ultimate Puff, and then I've got some cheesecake and another one from Messy Juice. So I'm just getting rid of some of these bottles. So yeah, I'm a happy bunny.
And for me, we just got done doing this Digiflavor side by side. Glorious restricted direct lung for myself.
Coughed on that one. Wrong one.
And it's a beautiful flavor now that I've used it. It's not like the old tanks where you take a full tank of juice to break through it. I mean, what have we taken, a dozen puffs on it?
The lungs are pretty quick.
That's a nice little jobber there. I got the Smoant. This is the Levin PK. They basically took the Levin pod, which was a tall one, and they redid the pod that goes in it and then released a new thing. The same thing that Oxva did with theirs, which I have here. Beautiful setup. They have the child-resistant compliant pod in here and the rubberized drip tip. Well, the Levin is now cross-compatible. This pod fits in the old one. The old pod fits into this one. And it's a beautiful, nice little mod. Very flavorful for what it is. Truly enjoy that. I still got our Aspire Revo that we Squonker we did 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Well, then we got these ones from last week, comparing the Smock versus the Freemax.
Oh, yes. Can I interest you in my next purchase?
Freemax is definitely ahead of the game. And then my reliable Arbiter sitting on the Geek Vape, or not the Geek Vape, the Lost Vape, the Llama Quest. Yes. What are you purchasing? What are you purchasing?
What on earth has gone on there? What the fuck has happened there? What
it's
on
not
earth
just
has
my
happened there?
OBS that's screwing up. Your OBS is screwing up today.
No, hang on. I'll try that one. There you go. That's my next purchase. Asgard XL. 37mm RDA. And it's going to be in purple. And can you guess why it's going to be in purple? I'm about to show you. So go on, that bad lad.
Nice.
400. So it's going to be a matchy. 37 milli on top of that. So there you go. That's going to be my next little venture. And the reviewers will be coming soon as well. Yeah, man. That's what I'm looking at next. Once I've obviously recuperated some funds off my recent purchase. Still got the box. Still there.
Nice.
Love it. I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. Absolutely loving it.
I'm excited, man. Things are finally starting to come together. We've got so many things that are in the works, and this week I need to get serious about publishing these videos. I've been doing this review on this one for like 3 weeks now. Amazing flavor, and it's just like the Oxava pods. The coils don't die. I'm so used to coils lasting maybe a week. Now these pods are lasting 2-3 weeks easily on commercial juice. And I've got other stuff here that's in the line. I showed Kenny, or talked about Kenny this one. Look at this new one that they just put out. Oxbar put out.
Wow.
30,000 puffs.
Okay, now.
Now, granted, they're talking about, you know, little tiny puffs. And that's an unrealistic number. It's more like probably 15,000 puffs. But they also have a boost mode on here, which they say specifically that if you use the boost mode, you won't get more than 15,000 for it. But that means that realistically, you're probably looking at 7,000 puffs. But still, that's going to last like my wife will probably last me a month. 7,000 puffs? Realistic puffs.
Wow. That's scary.
Our days are done. We're outnumbered. The products are so good nowadays that the things literally last a month. I never thought I'd ever see a day when you can buy a vape product and have it last you a month of normal use. I'm not talking about stick in a machine and, you know, take 30,000 puffs of it.
But they must have tested to some point. You know what I mean? To say that
these companies are constantly testing it. I've watched so many reviews and videos where like Geek Vape was doing a bunch of tests on their stuff, and they showed their lab and what are the things that they actually test for. And it's not just, you know, button tension and how many clicks can you get out of your button and stuff. They are literally using AI to enhance the engineering design of the tank and of the airflow. They know the exact velocity at every single point inside that tank because they've computer modeled it before they ever decide to actually build a prototype.
Wow. Clever stuff, innit?
And despite the FDA having a ban on it, requiring you to be market authorized, you go to any corner shop and you can pick up these things. They're everywhere.
What's your black market's striving, mate? You know what I mean?
And the bigger the black market, the more smokers quit.
Exactly. And the more tax revenue your governments miss out on. Mugs.
They missed the boat. They missed the boat when they decided they were going to, try and prohibit vaping. They really did. I can easily see within the next, 5-10 years, cigarette smoking will be just about done. Despite the FDA authorizing 900 brand new cigarettes the last 2 years, 400 of them just this year alone. Brand freaking new cigarette.
It's mind-boggling, isn't it? Absolutely mind-boggling. And that will authorize that. It's going to kill you. It'll work. We'll be fine.
And the funny part about it is, they have people that sit here and keep track of stuff. Lindsay Stroud is an amazing advocate. I could spell her name right. This is confusing as hell, having to turn off studio mode. He disappears. Switch to another screen. He reappears. I turn studio mode back on. Reappears.
I'm like David Copperfield on that. Ta-da!
Oh, well, that put a pooch screw to my whole disappearing act thing. I was going to give them the chance to turn our cameras off and it would automatically turn itself back on in 5 seconds. Well, I can't even get it to stay on normally. It's not a trick to turn it off if it turns off on its own. She did a beautiful animation here of the products, and here you go. I did the numbers for you. For 2023 and 2024, 670 brand new cigarettes, 150 brand new cigars, 75 water pipe hookah tobacco products, 42 roll your own tobacco products, 13 brand new pipe tobacco products, 8 heated tobacco products, which aren't for sale in the United States because they're still trying to get back up and running after their patent lawsuit against each other. 982 products, 68.2% of which are combustible cigarettes.
Fucking crazy, yeah. Wow.
How many vapes has the FDA authorized this year? 0. That's crazy.
You say which direction they're going, can't you? It's like you touched on before. It's like the lobbying. Big tobacco's got shitloads of lobbyists. Big pharma's got shitloads of lobbyists. Vape and Advocacy are nowhere near what they've got.
They have no real lobbyists. Greg Conley's about the only one who's actually a lobbyist that actually meets with these people on a regular basis that I know of. Mm-hmm. Please, if anybody knows different, I would love to know who else is actually meeting with representatives besides individual consumers like you and me. A handful of shop owners that go and talk to their legislatures and state whenever it comes down to it. There's nobody else legislating or advocating on the federal scale.
Nah. Maybe that's the problem. But then again, it comes down to finances again, doesn't it? Who's going to finance vape?
Comes out of money.
Exactly.
And the thing is, how many times do big pharma lobbyists meet with people and we don't know a damn thing about it? Not until that lobbyist got through to some politician that met with his cohorts and says, okay, you want a new art museum in your town? You want a new bridge replaced in your town? I need this done for big pharma. And we got to keep it on the down low. Nobody knows a lot. Nobody's allowed to know about it. It's just going to pass in the bill as an amendment that nobody's going to talk about. And they're going to get their way, and they'll make billions of dollars on it. And they'll each give us something in our re-election campaign fund to, show their appreciation.
Still smokes and mirrors, man. Nobody knows what's going on. Nobody.
Everybody's too worried about their TikTok videos. Their 10-second, 15-second, immediate gratification video.
Yeah.
Here, I want to do a little trick here. I want to see if it actually does it now while we're on live stream. I'd be surprised if it does. Okay.
Right.
I paid for Twitter now, right? On my phone, my Twitter experience is better than what it was before because I'm seeing more of the people that I follow that also pay for it. You know what I mean? They don't have to get queued into the queue of, running stuff so we can run our ads and then you could see something somebody else posted. But on the computer, the amount of pornographic in nature spam that I'm seeing, look at that. What's the purpose of that? Yeah, is it something, I'd watch? Sure, but what's the point of that being on my feed? I don't know that person. Nobody I know follows that person.
Yeah,
I've been getting a bunch of it lately. Bunch of cleavage shots and, suggestive pictures and memes and stuff like that. Has nothing to do with what I follow, and it doesn't exist on my phone, only when I'm on the computer.
Well, weird, isn't it?
Why am I seeing this on the computer, but I don't see it on my phone?
That's why I've just ditched social media. That's what I've just.
That's what they want me to look at.
Oh, for shit, like. So you just
Why?
get bombarded with it, didn't you? It's horse shit, man.
And then there it is again. Why?
Same one.
Exact same one.
I watched a bit of him the other day, that Donald Trump, when he done his live thing in Wisconsin. He's talking about shit.
I haven't seen any of this stuff. Don't really care to.
Oh,
but I love to hear about it.
It was broadcast live, and he's just like, he was just talking shit. It wasn't like anything. He was just like going off on tangents and everything. You're thinking, hold on, he's starting to sound a bit like Biden. He was just wandering off on different topics, and you're like, really?
If you watch the rest of that whole Kennedy video, he legit brings up some serious points I can't disagree with. The right isn't the right, and the left isn't the left anymore. They've both been bought out by different stakes, and like Big Pharma buys out both of them. And I'm sure Big Tobacco has tried to buy out both of them. Big corporations buy them out, all the politicians, so nothing changes, so they get their way, and nobody has a chance to change anything.
Oh, without a doubt. Definitely. Bullshit, man. I'm in the camera again.
I was impressed, and I did reply to my representative, Guy Reschenthaler, because he was one of the politicians that sent in a bill that wants the FDA to recognize harm reduction, recognize tobacco harm reduction, recognize that vaping is a way for people to not smoke. I actually sent him a letter saying, thank you. I appreciate you doing the right thing. You're the first person I've seen do it. I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
We need these people, to go to these places and, try and get that little a penny's worth in, so to speak, you know what I mean? We need these people to be doing this. Because the average Joe's not going to do it, is he?
No. Because the average Joe doesn't pay attention to this part of it.
No.
That's the summary of it right there.
Wow.
We're up to 29,110,404 people. 407. 408. Every 5 seconds, there's another one. That's globally. Yeah. But why aren't we looking at things on a global scale today? Everything else is globally looked at and done. All of our products are made in China because they have the cheapest labor and the cheapest cost of materials, and that's how capitalism works. If you want to do better, make it cheaper than they can. And your shit's going to get sold everywhere. But you can't.
No doubt. Wow, man. That's why that Dyson guy, you know, one who does all the Hoovers at Dyson Hoovers, he upped his company from the UK and shipped it to wherever because you got all the bits made cheaper. Too costly, probably.
Too expensive.
Yeah. We just up sticks and moved the whole lot. I'm not sure where he moved it, like probably some Chinese company or some whatever he is. But
so my question is, okay, looking at things in the big picture and just, you know, guesstimating what's the motive behind certain things. Is that the reason why the cost of energy is going to go up another 15%? I just got noticed in the electric bill. Rate increase proposed to the state. 1,500 kilowatt hours, and it's no longer going to cost you $150 a month. It's going to cost you $180 a month.
We're already in that kind of state, mate. We're already here. We're already there. And yet,
is that why the cost of everything in your country went up and the cost of everything in my country went up at the same time? Despite your farming produce is coming from a completely different region of the planet, but your cost still went up.
Yeah.
Where's the root of that economic cost increase? Wasn't from the bailouts they sent you. Had nothing to do with it.
And yet, quite happy to blame on all the conflicts that's going on in the world with Russia, Ukraine, and, you know, Israel, Gaza. Bullshit. I mean, bullshit.
My entire life, the United States has been at war with somebody. Sending our troops in some country. Oh, we got the terrorists there. We need to wipe out. Oh, we need to help this country there. Oh, we got Israel. We got Iraq, Iran.
Pretty much. Yeah,
Kuwait.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
And the reason I made that comment about Trump is because when my son was in the military, Trump was president. And Trump signed Tobacco 21 and banned my son from using vaping to not smoke. So my son went back to smoking because of Trump.
Totally get it. Totally get that. Bullshit, man. All bullshit.
I know something we haven't done so far today. It's time to take a look at, and you're going to disappear for a second while I switch scenes.
Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me, now you don't.
And now I still see you despite not being in studio mode. And then you just disappeared.
Oh.
I turned studio mode on and you're back again. Who wants a treat?
Oh, the doggies.
I can't see you. I see your butt.
Yep.
Say hi to the camera. Over there. Go on. Go on. Go on. He's like, I'm going in the hallway. Forget this.
Yeah. No room. The weird little buggers on the dogs.
Sure are. Definitely have their own personalities.
Oh, well, dope. Without a doubt. Oh, where am I at? Organized.
Christopher Earl said he's got an 18,000 puff device. It's the Crystal Prime.
Wow. They're just getting longer and bigger, aren't they? You know what I mean?
The technology is going to keep marching along. I don't care whether it's banned or not banned in your country or your location or your state or city, whatever. The manufacturers will keep making it, and as long as they keep selling it, they're going to keep investing in it and then keep making them better and better and better.
I seen a guy not so long ago. He had this big round one. It looked like a big toilet roll tube. It was massive. You just went around, it was like vape on a bloody firework. It was huge.
And what's fascinating is they literally have them now where the juice is actually attached to a separate, device. So you have the battery and mod in one half, and then you got the flavor and the vaporizing components in the other half. And you can buy just the flavoring things and switch them out all day long. And you can have a spare power unit mod that just magnetically attaches to the other ones and swap them back and forth.
Yeah, I've seen the mix ones. You just put them together and you mix the flavors together yourself.
Yeah.
That's so cool. That's so cool. Well, Doug, you've ate it all. Just now you got sniff from other crumbs. You've ate a lot. Eating it. Eating, they're still sitting half an hour later looking for the last scrap.
Never a dull moment, mate. Never a dull moment.
There isn't, man. Never is. Happy days.
Well, sir, I think it's time for us to do a little random recipe.
Oh, yes.
See what we can come up with. Holy moly, everything just disappeared. Kenny's gone, and there's his champ. I don't know what's going on. Keeps disappearing anyway. My flavor stash, what can we make? Let's see what Sherlock Holmes can come up with for us to enjoy today as a brand new flavor profile. Absinthe, that would be a unique flavor for Alex to do in that spot. Yes. Absinthe is one. I don't know if that's in my flavor stash. I believe I ordered that before. "3D Effects, hello and welcome over on Twitch. Pleasure to have all of you here. So what do we got? Cool apple tardies. Cool apple tardies. We have some apple candy from WS23, a fizz pop from Capella, green apple, sour, super sweet, and sweet and tart. Wow, it says I can make this. That sounds interesting. I think I'm just going to jump right into this one. Quit messing about. See if I can get these flavors. Apple candy. Done. WS23. 30%. Done. Capella's Fizz Pop. Done. Capella's Green Apple. Done. Sours Enhancer. That's done. Super Sweets, Constant Flavor Variety, and Sweet and Tart from TPA. Awesome. I need to clean up my mess from earlier. Done. Switch to the overhead.
Hey, apologies. Toilet break. Come here, you. Come on. Up. Come on. Over. Up you get. There you go. There's my boy. There's my little boy. Get the dogs out. Here's my boy, yeah? Where's my boy? What's this? What's this? Oh, look at this. Oh, he's got a treat. He's a good. That nice. Is that nice? Is that gorgeous? Is that nice? You're on telly, look. You're on telly. You're on telly. He's a gorgeous boy. He's a gorgeous boy, what am I going to do with you? Have you seen a face out like this, have you? Look at this. He's sitting there in your bum. Like she's all scratched. Oh, look, you're supposed to face.
Who doesn't?
You're supposed to face that way. You're supposed to face that way. Come here. Over that. That's it. Over that way.
He's a youngin'. How many years have you had him?
He's about 5. He's about 5, yeah.
Mine are twice.
Oh, 5 years old.
Oh, you disappeared again.
Oh, I've disappeared me doggy on me lap, What? Come on then. Wanna go out? Wanna go back out? That's the only thing, he just wants to bugger off. Oh, there you go. No, I can see. Go see that. Go on then. We'll have a laugh. There you go. That's what he's like. In one, out the way. He just gets to be on the move. Till he finds his little spot and then he just lies there forever. Little bugger.
Alrighty. I'm just gonna.
Right, sir. My apologies
6 milligram.
My apologies. What we're making? What are we making, sir? My apologies.
There she is, right there, mate.
Cool green apple tarties. Sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Not a fan of cooling agent, I must admit, but you know.
I am not a fan myself, but when in Rome, we shall try it ourselves. Before I condemn it for being the heathen that it might be. So, starting off with some green apple from Capella.
It actually looks quite nice to be on its own, that. I would vape on its own. Green apple. Oh. Definitely enjoy that on its own.
I've used this numerous times in recipes before, and it's just like, it's a green apple, but it's not like very potent. Even on the inhale off of the flavoring alone. It's not wrong, it's just not strong. 0.41 is all we're going to use for this.
Yeah, I was thinking like with the green apple, you think they're like the Granny Smith type apple, you know, that kind of variety, and you think, ooh,
Yeah.
it's really refreshing.
So there's our green apple. Here's our cooling agent. WS23, 30%. And how much are they calling for? 0.25, 2.5%.
Oh no.
Well, that's going to be
I
an
wouldn't do
icy
that.
vape.
I wouldn't do
But
that.
listen, that's what the
I would
recipe is. I'm going to try it. If I like the flavor profile, I can always turn the cooling down.
I would half that at least. Oh no. What?
Yeah, I'm normally like, a couple drops is all it takes for me. And I'm going to actually have to put 0.25 of this in there. They must like theirs icy.
Brain freeze. Have you ever had that brain freeze of a cool vape like that? I have.
No.
Like, what the hell?
Seriously.
Yeah.
All right. Fizz Pop. Here's one I haven't used before from Capella. It's one of their tasters that they came out as a new flavor.
Fizz Pop. What's the profile on that then?
You ever have Pop Rocks candy? The one that's supposed to
candy,
explode in your mouth when you eat it?
Oh yes. We call them something different. What the hell were they called again? I know what you mean. Like a fizzy crackly, and it's like a fizzy crackling effect.
Yeah.
In your mouth, isn't it? Yeah. That would work well with the apple.
Oh, I reversed the apple candy and the green apple.
Ah.
Fortunately, though, both of these are at 4% in the recipe. Their molecular weight is different. So I'm just going to put the equivalent of this in there, 0.41.
Pretty much the same amount, thankfully. There's a goddamn lot of apple going in there.
It's going to be delicious from the looks of it. And then we got some sour to go with it.
Oh, sour apple. Oh my god. Probably going all good.
No real scent to this at all.
Nah, it's just a sour.
Yeah, I think this is just basically malic acid. If you had to ask, chemical breakdown, this is just malic acid because that's normally inherently sour by itself. Malic acid and PG and call it a day, and they sold it as sour. 0.11. You got to be careful, make sure that it's not too throaty.
Yeah. Well, that's what the coolant does to me. It makes us cough like a banshee.
See, cooling gives my tongue an icy sensation, not my throat or my nose.
Oh, my throat. It's like
And this sweet tart is legit like, little sweet tart candies that you would eat. That's exactly what they taste like. It's kind of an assorted fruit, little sour, little sweet. 0.21 of this. I've used this in a couple recipes.
It looks like it's definitely going to be a sour apple, isn't it?
Okay. That's all she wrote with the flavorings. We need some secret sauce to make this a non-smoking liquid. We're talking 0.62.
0.62. I've got mine in the fridge. I put mine in the fridge. I thought, fucking I'll hide in the fridge. See how it goes.
As it turns out, temperature consistency is more important than it being cold.
That's what I'm saying. The only downside with it is like I've got to take it out a little while before because it thickens. When it gets cold, you can see it's thicker.
Close enough.
Or to be more technical, the viscosity of the liquid changes. There you go. That was fucking
Yes,
posh and
sure
technical,
does.
wasn't it? That was very posh and technical for you.
It's scientific, mate. Not posh. To be intelligent. That's a misnomer.
I wouldn't say I was
0.89.
intelligent. That was it. William Dobson hit the nail on the head there. That was it. Space dust. That's what it's called in the UK. It's space dust.
Give it a little stir.
Can you still get that, William? Can you still actually buy space dust? I haven't seen it for a while.
$8.83.
The bottle's slowly filling up, my friend.
That's all she wrote. Little nipple, little cap, and we're done.
God almighty, that went right through us, that.
Sorry.
Yeah, that
I need to
paper
get a
bag
little
bit
plastic
too close
container to
the
put
mic.
these in.
Yeah, that little plastic bag a bit too close to the mic there.
Hold on a second. Did I? My apologies. That's my fault. I forgot to turn auto cane control off in Ninja. So when I'm not talking, it turns the max volume all the way up, and then when I start talking, it lowers it back down to a listenable level for you.
Hey, we learned that lesson from you taking a pull off a vape, didn't we? Listen to me,
You learned your
yahoo.
lesson. I unfortunately haven't, because I still keep making the same bloody mistake, and you keep suffering for it.
Well, me crunching on me nuts, I suppose it's the same thing as well, isn't it? How good does this mic pick up the crunching? Hold on, I'll have a nut. I want to see how good if this mic picks it up.
No, the noise removal you have on your thing now, we'll get rid of it. I don't need that other sound effect anymore.
Hey, there you go. I can crunch to me heart's content. To all you people in chat who do the Kenny's crunching nuts, nah, no more.
You know who they're really saving? Me. Because when they turn that thing on, they don't hear it, and I don't hear it in the replay, but I still hear it the whole time because the thing I did in OBS to get rid of it doesn't affect my headphones. My headphones come straight from you.
Oh well, there you go then.
But you got it. Now you got your own audio effects playing in the background. I don't need it anymore.
I'm quite pleased. I'm very pleased with it. I'm over the moon. Absolutely over the moon with it.
That's a fantastic microphone.
Getting
A
all,
lot cheaper solution than the one I come up with.
Very professional. I'm coming up with.
Mate, this was $550.
Yeah,
and I got
was looking at
two
some
of them.
You're like,
I got a new one and I got a used one.
I was looking. I was thinking. I suppose it's like everything else with a brand. I mean, you know, that Sennheiser's that's $1,000 microphone, you know, and it's, you know, we got this one was what, 130 quid, and it's pretty much standing toe to toe with it. You're just paying for a name. It's like clothing, Nike and all that. You're just paying for a name.
That's the advancement of technology. You can't hide from it. What made you an industry leader at one point was because of the technology you invested to create that particular product. And now, especially with AI, you've just leveled the playing field for everybody on the planet.
It was the same story with vaping products. You know yourself, it was Yeehee and fucking the other company, man, Lost Vape. They were the two
No, not Lost
brands. They were the two brands for years and years
Evolve.
and years had temperature. For years and years, yeah, the two companies that had temperature control nailed. All the other brands were nowhere near. Now look at now. All your lower price brands are nailing temp control. They're all
Mate,
caught up.
I've got word from insiders that say that there's temp control built into the disposables nowadays. The algorithms that they use to do temp control are part of the board inside these disposables now.
Yeah, so you never ever go dry hit. That's
To prevent exactly, because you can measure that change in the resistance in the thing when you are out of juice, and then that coil starts to gum up and stuff like that, and it just kills the device.
It just dies, doesn't it? Exactly. Or you like I
It
said,
tells you you're
take a
done.
big long. Even when you take a big long torque on one of them, it'll keep going and keep going, and then it'll just say, "Fuck it, I'm too warm." And it'll just.
It's compensating for how long you take a toke nowadays. And that's why these things have displays built into them. It tells you how much juice you actually have left.
That's crazy, isn't it?
5% left. And every single one that I've used down to hit the point when it was at 0, when you took a toke on it, first off, the toke didn't produce very much vapor. Number 2, it wasn't warm like it normally was, because it's already cutting the power back as far as it can. It does everything except totally disable the device. That's how good this stuff is nowadays.
Temp control at its best.
And that's got to be because of temp control. It isn't just a mathematical formula to count how many puffs you took.
Oh no, it's gotta be.
They're verifying their information using data from the coil as it's running current to it to measure the resistance change in it. The essence of temp control.
It's a lot of technology and a lot of advancements and a lot of research into a device that you throw away at the end of the day. Isn't that weird?
That's because regulators have made it so hard to be able to put out all these other products. So the technology marched on.
But I would like to see the technology march on with these products, because it's kind of gone as far as it can when you think about it.
It's stagnant.
We've moved on to mesh coils and everything, and then that's it. Just kind of stopped at mesh coils. Got to be something else. Got to be something else in the pipeline.
Yeah, but the thing is, why are you going to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars on a product that has limited market availability for sale because of legislation? And if it does get confiscated at the border, it's a massive loss. When you can, for the same amount of money, make 10 times these as you can those.
Yeah.
And if you lose one shipment, you've only lost 10% instead of one shipment of these, you lost the whole gamut.
Yeah. Oh, I get that. I definitely get that. There probably is stuff that's probably been in the pipelines before all this crap started. I can probably guarantee it. Like you say,
and the technology can be imported into the chips that go into these.
Yeah. Oh, easy.
So it's wattage with temp override.
Good work. Definitely. You would never ever get a
There's no
dry
user
hit
interface
again,
needed for it.
You would never ever get a dry hit again, mate.
Oh, I've got one. My stabwood modded over there. It's got a Yeehee board in it.
Yeah. I'm not bothered. I'm in the middle. Me, I like them both for various reasons. I hate this because of this. I like them both. I think they're both brilliant setups. Absolutely, they both got the pros. They both got the cons. They're both fantastic in my eyes. Whatever. With the Lost Vape stuff, I love that replay mode. It's fantastic. You set it, that's it, and it just stays there. Brilliant. No farting.
And you get the exact same vape every single time.
Yeah, fantastic.
That's
idea.
like the Smomont did that in the ant chip that goes inside this one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how full or how discharged your battery is, you will get an identical vape. It's like an alkaline battery. It's just like constant, and then it just quits.
Just dies. Yeah, it doesn't fade away. Just
no. And the old alkaline, the old pre-alkaline batteries used to continually. It's like a mech mod. When you vape with a mech mod, you never get the same experience twice because the battery's a little more discharged than it was the last time you used it.
Yeah, your battery's.
That's why I never went head over heels over for mech mods. It was like, okay, I need to have one as a last resort in case, for some reason they were able to actually ban all the electronics in these other devices. And they all failed. 20 years down the road, I still got a mech mod to turn to, but it'll never be the same experience twice.
That's why I've always went with this. It's cheap, cheerful, but it's a fantastic mod. Mech mod. It's brilliant. Cheap, cheerful, brilliant. Lovely little backup device. Absolutely lovely little backup device.
And that was the advantage of Steam Crave with their PWM mod. I'm big enough into electronics, I can create my own PWM mod. Pulse width modulated mod. It's built into the board, and you just adjust the rheostat and it adjusts your, output power that you perceive. But it's not actually outputting, it's always outputting the same, it's just the pulse width is changing.
It's not new technology because they've been out for a while. Some of the earlier mods were PWDs. No, it's not new tech. It's probably more improved technology, but it's not new technology.
Yeah, but the fundamentals don't change. It's like anything with science.
No.
Once you understand the fundamentals, modifying it is easy. That's like me with these special effects that we do on here. Now that I know how it works, how OBS lets you input commands, how Virtual DJ lets me interact with it and send it a command and query information from it, well, I can do anything I want to with it. I can create a whole routine, time it out, and make it a really complex, effect that it's going to continuously send OBS a command. It's going to do something there. It'll stutter its way down or whatever.
That's what I meant to ask you about that Virtual DJ. Is it an actual DAW or is it just a player?
The player. It's a player, but it's meant for DJs that you can do anything with music live.
Got you.
So it as part of the software breaks the music down into stems. So I can turn off the drums, I can turn off the melody, I can turn off the bass. It breaks it into like 5 stems.
Tracks. Yeah.
And I can make it just a cappella if I really wanted to. And then you could mix that a cappella from this song with the beats of the other song and do that live.
Yeah. You can kind of do mixing with it as well, type of thing, yeah.
And now that I can send it commands, I could use AI to literally create an algorithm, a script that will consistently play the exact same beat mix on command.
Speaking of which, I'm going to bore you again. Hang on a minute.
You're not boring us.
Hang on a minute. Have I got it down? I haven't downloaded it. Bastard. Never mind. I thought I'd downloaded it.
Oh, you made a new song.
Well, a variation of what we've got. I've done a barbershop version. You know the barbershop singers?
Ooh, the barbershop quartets. I was part of the barbershop quartets in show choir.
It sounds fantastic. I'll see if I can pull it up while you're doing your stuff. I should be able to get it up, but I'll not be able to download. That's the only snag.
I need to print that label. That's what I forgot to do.
Yeah,
before I forget.
You crack on with that, and I'll see if I can get it up on me bookmarks. And
my apologies to the audience out there. We haven't been, showing you much love today. We've been sitting here chatting back and forth and dealing with our own misery of things not working properly.
Well, that's kind of where we've been. We've been kind of like distracted a bit, I'm afraid to say. So we do apologize.
Even though we got most of it solved and working properly now.
It's sometimes it's so frustrating, and you're just like, you know what I mean?
Listen, it is extremely frustrating when you worked at something for hours upon hours. And we'll switch to you.
The vapor where wait.
Why can't I hear that?
I don't know, mate. I heard
I'm
it.
not going to fuck on too much. If it doesn't work,
I heard
it
it.
doesn't work. But you heard it, did you?
Yeah, play it.
Okay, then I'll throw it away. Hang on, I'll just double click on that and get rid of that, and then I'll whip it away.
Take a puff.
I can't hear it though.
We'll stand up and shout. We've had enough.
There you go. Barbershop
Vaping
version.
is our freedom. It's a right we cherish. Let's join together and make our voices flourish. Oh, we blow those clouds so high in harmony.
I love it, baby.
Spread the word. Let freedom's melody ring. Barbershop harmony. With a touch of vape, united we stand against the critics and hate. Puff and vape, let's sing it loud and clear. Vaping is our passion. Let the whole world hear. We're spreading love and knowledge in our own special way. Barbershop harmony meets the clouds every single day. The home of our land, let's sing it loud and clear. Vaping is our passion.
I love it.
The world here, we're spreading love and knowledge in our own special way. Barbershop harmony meets the clouds every single day.
Is that class or is that class?
Holy cow, was that amazing? That is class, mate.
Honestly, God, man, it's crazy, man. It's like, what the fuck? Ow, man. Oh, beat him in the right old play.
And if they're doing that with AI now, imagine what it's going to be like in just a short period of time.
I was watching this with a guy, and he's like, oh, I can't remember his channel, but he's been mixing AI with a software called Band in a Box.
Ben Labs.
Band Lab, but it's called Band in a Box, where you can actually make these you know, you can type in 4 chords, go to AI, give it the chords, it'll give you that, you drop it back in this, and then you can just, you know, stem it and do what you want.
And you build them.
It's amazing, man.
Build the song.
Oh, wow.
As a proper
crazy.
DAW.
Yeah, but that was the good old barbershop. I've got it. Where to have the other one again? Oh, no, that one's too fucking noisy. What was it? There was another one somewhere that I'd done and I can't think of where it's gone. That's just a disco-y one, that one, isn't it? Yeah, but that's like a dancey trancy one, that one. I fucking give you a whipple of that one if you want. If you want a bit of a boogie.
It's time to fly. Vape in hand, we touch the sky. Join the club, let's party all night long. Inhale the freedom, let the rhythm be our song. Vibrant lights illuminate the floor. Feel the beats, let your body explore. Vape advocacy, we're breaking the chains. Expressing ourselves through clouds and refrains. In the club, we form a united front, advocating freedom. It's our stunt from house to transcend the night, dancing to the rhythm, feeling the eyes rise high.
Right, we've had enough of you. Shut up, woman.
Oh, you don't like it?
Oh, I can do
I
all
love
sorts,
it,
man, with this
man.
one. There's a disco, what's that one? Disco disco clubhouse hip hop version, which would go something
Vape
like
it up, everyone's steaming.
a bit more the old
In the
nightclubby
club,
style.
We're always gleaming. Feel the rhythm, feel the beats.
Bit of DJ style going on here.
Like people come together, vaping all night. It's vape forever. Hands up high, feel the sensation. In the club, we found our salvation. Vape in the house, vape in the car.
Getting on down, boys and girls.
No matter where you are, the vapor flows.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to nick your name, mate.
Spinning around
DJ Kenny, not DJ Alex.
Yes, of course.
Vape all night, no matter what.
I think it'll be called. I think I'll be called AI Kenny, not DJ Kenny. Yeah, man.
No, you've done the work. You've created the music. Now it's just a matter of making a music video that goes along with it.
Oh God, what, me jumping about the front room like a madman? Me vape me hand. Oh, that apple doesn't sound good. It doesn't look good. Or is it a steeper?
You're right
That's
about the
thing.
cooling.
Yeah, too much.
I feel like I walked outside in the middle of winter. Not the winter we had this last year. Winter from when I was a kid.
When it's the air that just catches your breath because it's that cold.
Yes, because you breathe it in and it feels so cold.
Yeah.
Yes, it's kind of refreshing because I've expected it to be cold, but it's just a bit much.
I was never a fan of it.
And it would be okay if I got a strong apple flavor to go with it. But there's really no apple flavor to this.
Coolant's too overpowering.
Now, this is something that I'm sure it's going to change once it settles in. Not just on the shake.
Yeah.
But right now, the only thing I'm experiencing is like if I mixed up some PGVG, nicked it up, and put some cooling in it. I have no flavor to it whatsoever. A hint of sweetness because it's VG. That's it.
I kind of had that feeling with just the amount of coolant you were putting. I was like, Jesus, that's a lot. For a small bottle anyway.
Surprisingly, the cooling isn't like, oh my God, my mouth is frozen feeling. It's just a icy cool vape.
It's just overpowering.
I want flavor. I mix this up as a cool green apple tarty. I'm not getting a tart. I'm not getting apples. I'm not getting green apples. I'm not getting apple candy.
It's
not a shake and bake.
Might have to, not a shake and bake, mate. Might have to just give it a steep.
That's what it needs. Could this be sold and authorized by the FDA as a non-tobacco flavor? You could call this an icy tobacco, and who's going to argue with you? Who's going to say it's not?
Exactly. Got a bit of apple in it, but you know, it's just nice tobacco.
My battery
but you
is
never know.
low.
It might be nice after a couple of days. You never know. You never know with some of them.
What the heck?
Oh, that is white.
Give me a moment.
Back in it. I can hear myself now again. Hello, hello, hello. Yep, I can hear myself again now. Shit. Oh.
That's not your fault. That's my fault. I changed my Bluetooth headphone and now you hear me. Why is it going back to you?
What?
Hang on, it's gone.
I restarted the audio engine and voice meter.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, it's gone. You see the things we go through for you guys, honestly. To see the things we try to do. Here's me playing my new toy and everything's gone pear-shaped the other end. What can I say? My God. Just weird this week, honestly. It's been so weird. Even the stream is getting a bit of a lag. Like it's like I've just had to redo that and all. It's a good couple of minutes behind. There we go. Back to normal. I think the powers that be are playing with your patience this week. Definitely playing your patience. Oh.
All right. Can you hear yourself?
Hello, 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 hello. Nope, gone.
I still have the echo. I did the same fix I did with the other headphones, and it didn't work with this one. Whatever.
There you go, William Dobson. Absinthe. That would be a unique flavour for Alex to do on the spot. Absinthe. Absinthe.
Let me look at my flavor profile. All right. My flavor stash. I have TPA absinthe. It's a beautiful liquor smell.
I was thinking like a licorice and a seedy flavour.
Yeah, that's what it smells like. Piece of licorice. Black licorice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have the flavor. Average mixing quantity is 3.6%. Maximum quantity used 25.5%. Holy moly.
Whoa. 25%. Jeez, who's going to be
Minimum quantity used 0.8%. Let's see what the notes are on this. Mild but tasty. Goes well with mint and menthol. Well, yeah, because it's going to accentuate that whole thing. Rotten dish rag. That's something. Some people hate absinthe. Some people hate licorice. Some people like it. And there's a bunch of people that don't care one way or the other about it.
Mix it with the fruit. Licorice and black currant's quite a good combination.
Ooh, that's an interesting combination.
Yeah.
All right.
Licorice and black currant.
Do this. We're going to create a recipe.
Ooh, we've got some sweets, licorice and black currant over here. They're absolutely gorgeous. The black currant's more of a candy rather than actual fruit. Like a candy black currant. Bloody lovely. I love them, mate. Licorice and black currant. Oh.
All right, add flavor.
Checking out your stock room. Just checking out your stock room, folks.
I know I have black currant from Flavors.
Oh.
Perhaps one word.
Very nice. Has he got on his list? Boom.
See? Right there.
There you go. Bob's your uncle. When you find it, you find it. The old knuckle tester. His licorice is quite a strong flavour anyway, in it, so wouldn't have to put a lot in it. Wouldn't have thought anyway.
Hmm.
Let's have a look. L-I-U. Oh, not that one. Sweets. Holy fuck. This, when you look at the sweets, they've got some right old weird flavours in. Sugar, glucose syrup, vegetable fat, brackets palm oil, sorry, fucking hell. Acid is citric acid. Flavouring is treacle, full cream, sweetened condensed milk. Salt colours, beetroot red, vegetable carbon, licorice extract, emulsifier, sunflower lecithin, and aniseed oil. That's what goes into the sweets. Jesus. But I'm surprised they've got like full cream, sweetened condensed milk, and treacle. Wow. Definitely got sweet and full cream in it. Oh, £2.19. God damn it. That looks nice. Yeah.
I keep bumping my mic when I turn around.
You hear boom, boom, boom. Oh, hello, Dusty Country Road. How are you doing? What we got? We've got.
Okay. And I need more of that.
From Demente.
Let's give this a shot.
be interesting.
6.
There you have it.
There you go, folks.
Howdy do.
Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome. Pam Spraggins, hello and welcome.
Welcome to the house, boys and girls. Welcome to the house. You are now
So here's what we're
in
making
the
today.
software.
Absent current.
Voila.
Play on words.
Voila. Voila. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Interesting, sir.
Is it going to taste like musk?
Possibly.
It can't be any worse than this cool green apple tardies.
That isn't quite apple. It's just cool juice.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
All right, so there's the recipe. It's
It's nice to see
Put this away, my friends. Well, I set up the camera before I make the switch. This is weird. I actually can like set things before I move. Using the studio version. All right, so there we go. Here's our bottle ready to go. Let's start off with the absinthe. TFA absinthe.
TFA absinthe.
0.3. Point 3 reflects 3%.
Yeah. %.
That's followed by lovely black currant.
Oh God.
A rarity here in the States. Mm.
Don't know what you're missing, guys. Don't know what you're missing.
Listen, when I was in Hungary as a child, you know, they used to take whatever they could gather and they would turn it into syrup. And then you would just simply add that syrup to seltzer, and that's the cola that they drank.
Yeah.
And blackcurrant was one of those ones that they've turned into syrup. And I drank as a soda, and it was freaking delicious. So refreshing compared to like Coca-Cola or Pepsi or any of this other stuff that, you know.
Yeah, no doubt. Especially if you pick it fresh off a tree and you just eat it straight away. My God, so good.
Okay. Speaking of cola.
There we go.
That's what we're adding in there. Some good old American cola flavor from Flavor Art. 0.3 as well. Same as the absinthe.
My cola, just to curiosity.
The syrupiness of the characteristic from soda.
Got ya.
And this is also rounding out the flavors that are the other flavors. The absinthe, the creme de mint. Because creme de mint is literally like a dark chocolate covered mint. And this is kind of like the bridge. Because creme de mint is the next flavor. And you do get the dark chocolate characteristics of this and a very mentholy mint. Pepperminty mint. Not really much peppermint.
You'll find that it's
a
rather
unique mint.
French in its creme de menthe. That's what it's called. Creme de menthe. It's
Yeah.
French. Let's go a bit of education. Creme de menthe. French.
But you flavor test that creme de mint. It's just like you just ate a handful of them. Now, Sugar Mate is actually called Sweet Mate. I use Sugar Mate in the recipe, but it's actually Sweet Mate is how it's listed in ELR. And we're putting 0.15 of this in there. Lovely.
I hope it turns out to be a good one, like, because I'll be very interested in that flavor, my friend. Very interested.
Oh, really? You an absinthe person?
Yeah.
Licorice.
Blackcurrant and licorice, man. Fantastic. Love licorice. When we were kids, we used to be able to get licorice root. It was just a stick. It was just a bit of wood. It was shaped. We used to chew. We used to sit and chew on it all day. Buy licorice root when we were kids. It was a very dark licorice, as you call it, not like a sweet licorice. You get it for a penny a stick. Licorice root. Loved it.
Hot diggity, some PG. Only need 1.09 of this.
1.09. It's very little, my friend.
The rest of it's all flavorings.
Just wondering if it'll be a shake and vape. That's the thing.
Don't know. 8.83. Just refilled his bottle. Both of them were empty.
Get in there. Lovely.
Oh, I don't think you heard the beginning of the show. I told everybody I placed an order from Bull City Flavors for a bunch of new flavors, including Tyrone. You know that almond nougat candy. You were also mentioning a couple weeks back about Red Jack, the strawberry candy.
Yeah.
Flavor Art has a Red Jack flavoring.
Oh.
So I ordered one of them to try it out.
Oh, check you out, sir.
And for those of you that aren't familiar with that, I mean, we probably ate it but didn't even realize it as a kid what it was. But it is a strawberry flavored candy with a gel interior to it. So if you were to bite into it, the center was molten strawberry deliciousness. Now the question is, was that too loud?
I totally just prepared myself for that one.
Well, at least I have the auto gain control turned off in Ninja. So is this going to turn out? Is it going to taste like crap? What's this going to be like?
Yeah. I beat the optician to do it, by the way. I've had my eye test, my 2-year eye test, and apparently my eyes, I'm still blind as ever. They've never changed.
Still blind as a bat.
But I'm not blind, because when I went to the optician, I said the only thing I have problems with, obviously, with these variofocals, is when I'm looking at like computer screens, how I've got like look up so I can look down the lenses at the screen. And you see my eyes are kind of borderline. He just suggests I get some cheap reading glasses at +3 strength. They're about you can get them for £1 a pair. You can get them for £1 a pair over here. So I suggest I get a pair of them for when I'm on the computer. So I think if I get time this week, I'll nip down and see if I can get some, see if it's any better. These variofocals, obviously they've just got the little bit at the bottom of the glass, so you like looking up to look down type of thing. So but I'm still the same. Thankfully, nothing's getting worse, so I'm a happy bunny.
A little happy bunny,
Are you putting
lad.
that in?
What are you putting that in? What RTA you hiding that in? Ooh.
You know what that one is?
RD, I should say, for God's sake. RTA. What am I thinking? God damn it.
The one you love so much.
The drop, by any chance. I wonder what it is.
The Wasp Nano
it's
Pro
the,
you sent me.
Yep. Brain fart. Come on. Spit it out, Ken. Yeah.
Man, I do it all the time. Don't feel bad. And we're going to put that on the MVP, whatever acronym it was.
Oh, MVV. Very nice.
I like the way it smells.
Ooh.
What's it going to vape like?
Oh, I hope it's good. I hope it's good. Hope it's good. Hope she's good, sir.
All right, let's get this situated.
Situated.
Airflow, line up, drop all the way down. Beautiful. Outer ring, drop down. Don't put it on upside down. Won't work right.
No, don't be doing that.
We're just going to go with 2 rows. Drop it the whole way down or it's not going to get any real airflow. There you go. Put the honeycomb open it. 45 watts. We're looking at 0.32 ohms.
Ooh.
Okay, that's weird. I want to know what this is going to settle into. I get all 4 of those flavors in here. Most of the time when you put 4 flavors in there, something disappears. They're balanced.
Interesting. Interesting. That's a weird
I think it definitely needs some more sweetness, though. The residual flavor on my tongue is licorice. Like I just ate some black licorice.
Yeah.
But there's like a hint of caramel in there. There's a cooling sensation when you breathe it in. That's not like the WS-23. It's not like it's an icy, cool air. Like a minty cooling.
God.
And the initial flavor on my tongue is currant. Black currant. That transforms itself into licorice.
That's right. That's how it works.
That's
licorice
weird.
And blackcurrant sweet. That's how it works. A licorice and blackcurrant sweet is it's a candy sweet. It's a hard candy sweet, but it's got a soft licorice center. So you get all the blackcurrant, and when you bite into it, then you get the licorice to go with it. That's how it kind of works.
It's not half bad. It's really curious flavor. It's like, wait a minute, I recognize some of this. There's something else in there. It's not just an absinthe. It's not black licorice. There's something else in there. What the hell is it?
Yeah. I would say theoretically you should hit your blackcurrant. I would say if it was vape, you'd probably get your blackcurrant on the inhale and maybe it's more licorice on the exhale, and that's probably what it would leave in your mouth as the licorice.
But there's like no real sweetness to it. That's the weird part. I was expecting there to be some kind of sweetness to it, and the sweetness just took the edge off of the current flavoring.
It's like I said, I was thinking it would be more like a blackcurrant candy. If it was a vape, it would be like a candy flavored blackcurrant rather than actual fruit.
No, fruit is actually sweeter than some of the candies I've had for blackcurrant. Like you get the sticky feeling of the sweetness, but you don't get the sweet flavor of a sweetness. Does that make sense?
Yeah. There you go. You see? Winner, winner.
That ain't half bad. I'm not going to make my wife try it, though. She'd gag.
Oh, no, she's not like that.
She's not a
like
black licorice person.
No. I'd give it a day or two, just see where it settles into.
I'm going to. And I'm wondering maybe I should throw a drop or two of super sweet in there to see what she tastes like as a sweetened flavor profile.
Go for it. That'd be good.
Because that sweet mate, that sugar mate, didn't actually sweeten it. It just made it not sour, not dry in your mouth. Just like eating licorice.
See? I don't know. See, the input I put into these flavors, I'm just, I'll rest my case.
It wasn't me. It was, who was the one that even asked for it? William Dobson, maybe?
And he said the aspens, and I said that were blackcurrant, licorice and blackcurrant. There you go.
Absinthe would be a good, unique flavor for Alex to do on the spot. And I did. And I am not disappointed. I enjoy this one more than I did that other one that we mixed up.
There you go. Nice to see what settles into.
It needs something contrasty in it, though. And maybe if I actually increase the sweetness, that cola would come forward a little more. Right now is legit just a bridge between those two flavors.
Cool.
Wow.
Like it. I like it.
That's just... I never expected it to come out that good.
I think you're a little bit blown away by it myself. Like, there you go.
I'm going to try it again in a week, and if it tastes as good as it does now, if not better, definitely going to send you a bottle because I want you to try it. You know blackcurrant better than anybody I know.
Yeah, man. Definitely. You have a go with that. That'll be on my Christmas list. Without a doubt.
What did you do, dog, that you're hiding underneath my desk?
Oh, that sounds iffy. That sounds dodgy. What are you doing? The guilt. The guilt is there.
Did you take a whiz in the hallway? Is that why you're hiding underneath the desk? Got a perfectly comfortable bed over there, completely unoccupied.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great idea. Addie says orange and licorice go together.
Oh, yes.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to wait until I get my package from Darren because I'm out of his orange. And I'm not happy with Capella's Juicy Orange. It's not an orange in my book compared to Flavor's Orange. Flavor's Orange is like a Tang. You knuckle test it, it's like, you took some Tang and put it on your tongue. Spot on. Citric acid, orange flavor. Orange smell.
Right, yeah. Damn, eh? Happy days. I'm glad it come out all right.
Listen, I'm happy days because I finally finished off Mallory's blue balls. I've been sucking on Mallory's blue balls all week long. Finally got done with it. There's nothing wrong with it. It just doesn't excite me. It's a blueberry. Blueberry candy, maybe. Nothing wrong with it. Just didn't excite me.
Just a run-of-the-mill thing, is it? Well, give me a sec, Bonnie lad, because I need to go to the little boy's room. I shall be right back. Ooh.
Hi, mate. So what else is new out there? Is there something you guys would like to see featured on the news or covered on the news? Where is it? Where did it go? Drop it in chat. Let me know. Is there anything you guys want to see covered on the news that I haven't been talking about lately? It's amazing how the science has been out there for so long, and it just keeps getting ignored. They straightened the myths out in vaping 8 years ago. Public Health England put the message out there. And there's multiple pages from back in the day that they explain every single one of those myths and how it can't possibly be true. But they still keep repeating and regurgitating the same crap over and over again. They're bold-faced lies at this point. I won't even get to what I found when I was looking for vape news this week. See if it repeats it if I search for it again. Look at this. This is utterly preposterous. West Michigan schools crack down on teen vaping, saying it's now the #1 problem on campus. Okay, well, making it more illegal is not going to fix the problem. Take a look at Australia if you have any questions about that. Marijuana edibles, vape pens in Michigan schools prompt calls for reform. Really? How many of the people that say they're vaping are actually vaping weed? Cannabis, THC, CBD. Oh, stat news. More Bloomberg propaganda. NYU professors who defended vaping didn't disclose that they had ties to Juul, the documents now show. Is the science reproducible? That's my question. If it's reproducible, it doesn't matter who funded it. That's the problem with a lot of the Bloomberg science. Nobody can reproduce it because it's not real science.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me, aren't you? You bastard.
Oh, Big Pharma's got to throw their 2 cents in. Breaking Free, a plant-based medication, helps people quit vaping. Cystoclean. Cystoclean was recently authorized in the United Kingdom for people to quit smoking there. Now they're pushing it here in the States as a way for you to quit vaping.
Come on, where are you? Where are you? I don't want that. Don't want it there. Here, one.
Go away. You don't need any advertisements. You can go away too. Hazlet vape shop arrests. 3 Jersey City men were accused of illegally selling marijuana and psychedelic mushrooms at 2 Monmouth County vape shops, authorities said. Why is that a surprise? In other parts of the country, they've legalized it. You can go out and you can buy cannabis. You can buy mushrooms and psychedelic edibles. Uh-oh, Kenny's right.
Battery's died.
Yours too.
Yep.
I had to switch mine over to the new one. Press release, another return Oxbar and Pod Juice artwork. Magic Maze 2.0. Oh, yeah? That's what I got right here. Well, you know what? If you're talking about it, I'm going to unbox it on the live show. Why not?
Oh, yeah.
What do you think?
Magic Maze. Very nice.
I happened to show the box earlier, but there you go. Magic Maze 2.0, 30,000 puffs.
And it's got adjustable wattage, 12 to 28 watts. That's cool.
12 to 28 watts, adjustable, so you can literally boost it. Now, they admit that, you know, if you run it at 28 watts because you like a lot of vape and you like it warm, you're not going to get 30,000 puffs out of it.
No.
The 30,000 puffs is at 12 watts. But here you go. Just like that, peel it, rip it out of the packaging, out of the foil, pull the bung out of the top, pull the sticker off the bottom. Adjustable airflow is on the bottom there.
Wow.
USB Type-C charging. And wait till you see this display. You hate lights, right?
Well, it's on.
Okay, how do we unlock it?
Get the old destruction manual out, mate.
Flavors include Big Melons, and they're Sagittarius symbols. They're astrological symbols. So Big Melons is Leo. Blue Raz Cotton Clouds is Gemini. Blue Slushy Ice is Aquarius. Clear Emerald is Scorpio. Clear Jewel is Virgo. Fruity Pebs, the one my wife's rocking today, is Gemini. 1. Jewel Mint is Taurus. Juicy Bay Watermelons, Pisces. That's what this is. I'm a Pisces too. Boost is on. How come I'm not getting anything out of it though? Ruh-roh.
Doesn't look like it's powered up at all.
The screen's lighting up.
Oh.
We also have Fab Fold, Sour Apple Skittles, Strawberry Lolly, Strawberry Watermelon Dragon Fruit, Wop Drops, Watermelon Skits, and White Gummy Ice is Cancer. Adjustable wattage. Okay, if you hold it in for more than 5 seconds, it unlocks it and lets you adjust the wattage.
Ah. There's no lock on there now.
So it's not the full spectrum of 12 to 28 watts. You got 12, 14, 16, and then it jumps to 24, 26, 28.
Got ya.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. At 14 watts, this has got plenty of ice in it. Supposed must be a watermelon Skittles.
Maybe you might need a bit more heat to bring it out.
All right, well, let's bump it up. 26 watts. Put it in boost mode. There's a little light on the bottom that lets you know it's in boost mode. That orange. You're definitely getting a lot more vapor out of it. You can definitely tell this is in boost mode. And the cooling is way more significant now.
Ooh, cooling. Ooh.
Okay, I kind of get a watermelon, but it's not like sickeningly sweet like you would expect a Skittles to be.
Melon's just a bad idea.
It's definitely an ice flavor. My wife's going to have to try it and let you know if it actually has any watermelon flavor. I can't taste the watermelon in it. Then again, with the stuff I've been vaping this past week, it's all the watermelon based. That watermelon that,
Oh, yeah.
Can't think of his name. Guy in Philly. Wayne. Duh. Yeah, why or die? That's what I've been vaping on in my tank. When I ran out of Mallery's blue balls, I threw that back in there simply because I had a half bottle left of it.
You've had a good week, actually. You've been vaping melons and balls.
No towel needed.
Exactly. That's something you could do naked, is vape.
Magic Maze 2. 30,000 puffs. How long is it going to take me to get the review done on this? I'm certainly not going to be able to chug through that because that's a 5% solution.
Holy moly.
I could feel it already after those couple tokes I already took.
I bet.
Makes me glad that there's 3 milligram in this one. I might have to mix up some 0 milligram juice. Take a toke or two on that one and then vape this one just for the clouds in the hand to mouth and the...
Get that to bring it, take a come down.
Yeah. So what else is new for you there, mate? How's work going?
I've been off for the last 4 days, so I'm just chilled out. Back tomorrow, so I'm not looking forward to it, but yeah. It's bank holiday over here, so I'm like a bank holiday weekend over here, so I put a couple of days holiday in just to make a nice long weekend. Have a break.
Yeah, what is the holiday? Darren told me that he had Monday off as well, but his Monday off is our Tuesday. Or is it the other way around? His Monday
Just
off
like
is our
certain-
Sunday.
Like certain like times a month, we'll have like what they call a bank holiday, which is basically falls on a Monday. Now, so we just have a holiday day off, you know. It's just a bank holiday. It's a holiday, you know. Nothing really doesn't mean anything momentous. It's just, you know, it's a certain day of the month where you have it. It's normally like it normally falls on the 1st of the month or the 30th of the month or sometime around that time. So,
Hey, bastard! Hello and welcome to the stream.
just a national holiday.
For no particular reason?
Exactly, pretty much. Long weekend. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
That's the next one I'm working on. I already have it programmed in there to respond to the codes because it doesn't matter whether you put in there Spin Kenny or Kenny Spin. It'll work. It'll fire either way. And then there's Kenny Roll and Roll Kenny. So I'm like, oh, well, a roll and a spin are not the same things. So I need to come up with a new special effect now that if you roll, that's one complete 360-degree turn. If you spin, you're going to spin twice. You're going to roll twice.
Oh, you spin me right like a record,
Round, baby, right round like a record, baby.
Beg your pardon.
Chickens.
Here we are.
You got chickens.
Having a bit of a play. No, I'm the play of the day, eh?
They don't like chickens.
There's no need for that,
I think it's fair to say that an e-cigarette user, puff for puff, is getting less carcinogens than a smoker.
Well, that's fantastic, man.
Best thing you've said all day.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Love it, love it, love it. Absolutely love it.
Now I got to figure out why this one doesn't work.
That's a weird one, that. Weird one.
Because it actually triggered in there. I see it in the history as it being triggered.
It's one of those weird ones there.
The argument has been set to a cumulative of 50, and it goes to the next action. And if it's greater than 0, then do the fireworks. And it subtracts 1 each time, so it should fire 50 actual fireworks.
It's been one of them weeks, mate.
I don't understand it.
There you go. You triggered that.
When I push it as a button, it works. When it triggers as a command, it doesn't. It's doing the exact same thing, regardless of how it gets triggered.
Oh. Odd one, very odd. It's been a fucking odd week this week, mate. I'm telling you, it's been one of them fucking weeks. It's like,
Well, that's like
whoa,
the
what's
echo. I
going
kept
on?
hearing the echo, and I still hear the echo with this other Bluetooth device. If I have the old Bluetooth earpiece in, I can go into Windows and disable it as a default listening device. That stops the loop back, but it still works, and I still hear it in this one. I don't understand. An algorithm is supposed to do the same thing both times. If you trigger, give it the same input, the output should be identical. 2 + 2 on a calculator is always going to give you 4.
Exactly.
Why is it sometimes I push 2 + 2 and it just doesn't do anything? Sometimes it tells me it's 1. Sometimes it tells me it's 2. Sometimes it tells me it's 4. Sometimes it tells me it's 8.
Weird. I think it's just been one of the, like I say, it's been one of the funny week this week with really dangle clacks and gremlins. It's just been, wow.
I don't know.
Well pleased with this little puppy. I'm well pleased with this little puppy. It's bang.
I am definitely
Doing the
well
job.
pleased with that new microphone setup you got there.
Absolutely brilliant. Loving it. The Wave XLR, boys and girls. That long.
So then the next thing that I need to do for you is I need to get your audio chain set up the same way mine is. That way you can simplify it.
Definitely.
Because if you simplified yours, then, you know, you could use your OBS to chat with whoever. You go on anybody else's live show, it just connects. And you don't have to change it for this show and change it back and then whatever. That was the problem before with the Rode software. Every time you turned the thing on, it changed a bunch of your Windows settings.
And plus that it never, when you boot your computer up, it never started with Windows. You had to actually manually start it. This Elgato software just fires up with the computer now, so no worries.
Yeah. And once you get the, you know, the visual effects or the audio effects exactly the way you want them, they're set for life. They don't change.
Exactly. Because there's many a time I've had like the band like ringers at work saying, "Dad, how do you get the sound on the computer?" I'm thinking, shit, Rode hasn't fired up, so I've had to tell her, click on the red X and then it should work. I mean, it did. I can't understand why they haven't put a startup in that software for what it is, and by a reputable company. Why have they not just put in an option to start up with Windows? It's just so odd, isn't it?
I have no idea. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Elgato got it right. That device is perfect for streamers because you plug one microphone into it. You don't need multiple microphones. You plug one device into it, and you can put all kinds of effects on it. You can route everything through there, have multiple outputs. You don't have to add outputs, but it gives you the option of having multiple outputs for each of the stream and for the monitoring.
Yeah. I mean,
which is great because, if you're a streamer, you could be listening to, Spotify, you could be listening to Van Halen, and your stream doesn't hear the Van Halen. You don't get a copyright claim because they don't hear what you hear.
I mean, I was thinking of doing that at first, put all me stuff through Elgato and just have it as one input in into the voice meter. But I thought I'll give it a go first on its own, see how it sounds on its own, and thankfully once everything's fell in, I'm over the moon with it. I'm absolutely buzzing out.
Oh, it sounds great. I'm excited to look forward to the replay.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, I might do it eventually because obviously, like I said, all them filters you can apply to every single thing, can't you? So you can just pop them on if you need them,
Yep.
So I'm loving it. Loving it. It's all part of the learning curve, sir. And it's be a sound guy shortly.
Yeah, because you went the hard route first, and now you're going to do the easy route. You could ditch Potato if you really wanted to. At this point, since you have it isolated. I like it as a way to turn the buttons on if I want to switch headphones or I want to switch.
Yeah.
I could have multiple Bluetooths hooked into it and just switch back and forth between them.
Yeah.
The problem is Windows, every time you connect and disconnect the Bluetooth, wants to say, oh, you have a brand new default speaker. Kiss off, Windows. Leave everything alone.
We'll change that. That's the only snag.
Stop changing the default settings.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. Like I say, that came yesterday and that came the day. I did get a cable, the cable I've got here, it was actually, what was it? It was off the Ben. The Ben had a microphone when she was singing. And I actually had bought a separate power pack for the Phantom Power. Hence that one, because what you're doing, you plugged your mic into one socket on the power pack, and the other one was the output, which had that jack plug, which you
the Phantom Power already in it, yeah. So now your audio interfaces all come with the option for the Phantom Power.
Yeah.
So and you can turn it on or turn it off.
Power unit. I've still got that unit somewhere. I know I have, but that's how I've had the cables, and I've had these a while. But I did buy a new one, but I bought it was too short. It was only not even a meter, and I thought, shit, I've got a short one.
There's nothing wrong with your old one. It works fine. As long as the 3 wires in there conduct electricity and they don't, cross over, you're fine. Good quality cables last decades.
Oh, this must
especially when you hook them up and never touch them.
How long ago was that? She was still at school. So that'll have been 3, 4, 6 years. 6 years ago she got that mic. That's how long I've had that cable. 6 years.
Nothing wrong with it.
And the power pack.
I've had some XLR cable since high school, mate. High school. They still work.
They're built to last, aren't they? I don't know why
they still work, especially when you hook them up and they're in a stationary position. My stuff, I actually took on the road. Every single gig I had them, do I want a 20 foot cable, a 50 foot cable, 100-foot cable?
I don't know why they didn't use them for hooking your guitar or an amp, because I think they're just more stable. And they had little plug ones that just wear eventually and they crackle and cackle. You've done it with an XLR, it'd be brilliant. I don't know why they've never done that.
Well, that's like my speakers have speak-on cables. You push them in and you quarter turn them and they lock. In order to release that cable, you need to push the button in, give it that quarter turn, and pull it out.
Pop it back out. Yeah, I had some speakers.
That way, if somebody trips over your cables, there's a better chance of you knocking over your speakers than it is of the cable unplugging.
Yeah.
With the quarter-inch jacks, anytime you pull on that cable, it'll unplug freely, easy.
I had some old Marantz speakers at the time that used that thing. You screw it in, lock it in, and just fucking would not come out.
Yeah.
But with the size of them Marantz speakers, you would actually trip over the cable. The speaker wouldn't come over. Just as that speaker would not fall over. The weight of it was nuts. Crazy, crazy weight. Massive cabinets there were.
Choose where to play sounds. That's not where you're supposed to be.
I remember years ago I had, what was it? Technics. Was a Technics amplifier hooked up to my computer with these two Marantz speakers hanging out the side of it. So when I played me music, I could play God knows whatever music through my computer through these speakers, and it just, wow, the power was unbelievable. But that Technics amp was a 400 watt amp, and it could belt some shit out like. But it was the old style, the old analog style. It wasn't like your modern, circuit board shit now that you got. It was like old. It had valves in it. This thing, it was just mental. It was a very, very powerful amp. It was just shake the house, man, when I belted that out. Mental. But the speakers, I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but the speakers of old were very bassy, you know, there's lots of bass in them and lots of juice in them, you know what I mean? Not like the tinny ones you get now. Loved that setup, loved it. Used to go, sit there with your mates, so you got some speakers on your computer, yeah, these little tinny things. They're not speakers, these are! They were huge. Your computer hates you. Yeah, that's so true, you bastard. Your computer does hate you. It just does things to try you.
Holy moly.
So does. Just totally does. Technology tries you, honestly. It's bastard. Technology, you know. Sorry, but you're young and you know, you can adapt to us old blokes and want to learn it. That's the difference, isn't it? They adapt to it, we want to learn it. Holy shit, man.
I'm just trying to fix these earpiece so I don't hear the echo anymore, and it just doesn't want to do what it's supposed to do.
That's weird.
I went into Windows, there was some kind of default enhancement turned on. I'm like, no, that's been disabled. Windows wants to do its own thing. It doesn't care what you want.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like before, when we're trying to set up what usual inputs and outputs, it was giving us the correct one, but for the other one, it didn't display the actual output that I wanted. It was like, well, where's it gone? You know what I mean?
And why did it disappear? That's the part that doesn't make any sense.
Exactly, it's just gone. You're like, okay, what you doing, Windows? Won't piss off.
I don't understand.
I haven't had a big Windows update for about a month now. I had one not so long ago. It was a massive one, but I've had an out really since. So I don't understand why.
Windows is changing the way that they're doing things. Everything's always done in the background now. The biggest thing that they were, crying that they finally achieved it is you don't have to restart Windows when we do updates. They took it to the next level. Not only do you not need to restart Windows now when you do an update, but it'll do updates in the background while you're doing other stuff and not even tell you that it did an update. It's only when you go back and go, why did things change? Then you go in there and you look at the history and go, oh, while we were live, it did an update. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have it specifically set to not do it unless it's between 2 in the morning and 5 in the morning. And it says, I don't care what you want me to do. I'm going to do my own thing anyway.
I think I've got mine just set up so it notifies it'll come up Windows Update available, then that gives us the choice. Or like set to that. But again,
are you on 10 or 11?
11?
Yeah.
Not by fucking choice, like it just upgraded itself, pretty much.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's
then again, did you hear that Windows is going to be pushing advertising now?
Oh, yeah.
You open the start menu and there's going to be an ad playing.
Or on your monitor, there's going to be a big advert pops up while it's booting up. Piss off. Don't need it.
No, not at all.
It's all about marketing and money making, isn't it? It's all marketing shit, man. Let's just say, why don't we market this one? You stole IBM's computer software and fucking modernized it. You never thought of it. That's how it came about, didn't it? Nicked IBM software and fucked about with it.
Yeah. That's how Bill Gates got to be so big. He took out the competition his entire life.
Oh, big style. No doubt. But he took the foundations of what another company had developed and then just fucking took it off them and fucked around with it and done his own thing. Didn't really technically start from the ground up, did he? Fine. Because until Windows came along, IBM were a big company in the day, weren't they? They were huge. All American stuff, IBM, wasn't it? Massive. They were the leading force in computing in the day.
And they took over, stole all of the code that made it run, and sold it as their own.
Yeah. I mean, I think my first computer must have been an IBM. I'm sure it was. Old IBM. DOS system. The ironic thing is, right, the good old DOS system still the background of everything in Windows. You can still run DOS programs in it. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Did you see that they open source DOS?
Yeah.
DOS 4.0 is now open source and available for anybody that wants to use it.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Takes us back to the days at school, you know, when you used to be able to write a little program that make your name come along and repeat or scroll up and down the screen. You'll get buzzed over when you're like, yeah, remember that? Remember them days?
Mate, I remember in high school bringing home a magazine from the library that had the actual code for the Commodore 64 for a piece of game. And I sat there and entered that code in, the machine language code in, line by line. And after every line, you verified the CRC to make sure that every character you typed was correct. Because I didn't know how to type back then. No. I spent all Friday night, all day Saturday, and Sunday morning typing that code in there, right?
Jesus.
And I finally compiled the code to create the file that it was going to run. It ran the file. I played the game. In 5 minutes, it was over. I was so disappointed.
All that for 5 minutes.
All that for a 5-minute game.
There was pages and pages and pages of code for what? 30 seconds or something. You're like, what the fuck? You bastard. Been there, done that. Been there.
And more spam than ever before.
That's so true. So much.
How about here in the United States? I think back when Obama was president, he created a number that you could register your cell phone, a website you could register your cell phone as a do not call. So if your name was on there, marketers were not allowed to call your cell phone number. The only people that are allowed to call your cell phone number were people that had legitimate business with you. If you had a credit card company, they could call you about your credit card account. Yeah. But you couldn't have some marketing company calling you at all hours of the day to say, hey, why don't you sign up for this new credit card? You can get an amazing, 0% interest for 6 months and blah, blah, blah. Bugger off. I don't want you.
I think we've got something similar in the UK. It's BT something. Basically, if you get any of these sales people ringing, you just say, oh, by the way, I've got BT such and such from them. They just hang up on you straight away. Boom. Gets rid of them. I remember what it is, BT Blocker or something it's called. It's free, but you can get it onto your phone. And like I say, if you just ring people up and say, oh, by the way, I've got this on, they just go, boom, hang up on you straight away because now they're fucked.
Yeah, and the best part about it is the states made a shit ton of money off of that do not call list. Because if you were on the do not call list and you complained that so-and-so company called me, they took all those complaints and the state attorney general sued those companies for violating that law. and violating the do not call order, saying these people were on this list and you were not supposed to call them. Show me authorization that you have business with them and are allowed to call them. Like when you sign up and you go to like Amazon, you want to buy yourself that new microphone and there's a $30 coupon on that microphone. Part of the terms and agreement of using that coupon is you now allow such and such marketing firm to contact you for information or whatever.
Yeah.
So you may not read that the fine print, but it's there.
Yeah.
Anyway, these attorney generals, this was before all that started to come to be as a circumvention to this new law and the do not call list. Attorney generals sued these companies and fined them, and the state gets to keep all those fines. Millions and millions of dollars they made on these marketing companies because they didn't honor the do not call list.
Wow. It's crazy, isn't it? Jesus. Sometimes I just pretend I'm somebody else. I'll go up, like, somebody rings, and, you know, you get them, like, the Asian... Is that Kenneth? No, this is, Joe Blogg's funeral home. Can I help you? I love buying them up like that.
Joe's morgue, you stab him, we slab him. How can I help you today? Isn't this such and such person? Nah, man, you got the wrong number. Are you sure my records show that this is such and such? No, I'm like, I don't know who the hell you're talking about.
Nope.
Do you got a body you want me to cremate or not? I got other customers waiting.
I've got people who are dying to get in. No, joke.
I don't need you marketing my home. I got people dying to get in. Kiss off.
Oh, you can have some fun. You can have some fun with them, like. If you want to wind them up, you can wind them up, like. It's brilliant.
I got a new toy last week.
Oh.
Haven't had a chance to use it much, though.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Way to go for me. I don't have AI like you do, so I got to use the old-fashioned method and make that a quick bumper for, you know, vape science or something.
Yeah, you see some new background music coming here, like just record yourself for 3 hours there, popping away there.
I tried, man. It's so much easier to take somebody else's songs and stuff and sync it up to my, you know, cuts in DaVinci than it is for you to try and, you know, blues a couple chords as a transition. It just doesn't work.
It's technology now. You don't even need to play an instrument now, man. To bring up something now, man. It's just like crazy, man. The world's going so fast again, man, with technology.
I know how to wake the dogs up now, though. Just pull out the harmonica. They're going batshit crazy right now. Like, are we done? Are you doing something? What's going on? What's that sound? I never heard that before. Google took away the harmonica emoji.
Oh.
That's okay. We got a bunch of other emojis that we have enabled on here. T7B or whatever. The streaming community has a whole ton of stuff like that. Over on Twitch, you find all kinds of things that you didn't know existed. New emoji libraries and stuff that you can install into your browser. And as long as whoever is streaming has those emojis enabled on their computer, it'll show up on, you know, in the actual pop-ups and stuff.
I think I was watching a couple of videos where they're actually trying to combine Streamlabs with OBS. I don't think they can do it anyway, but the thing of like coming along them lines, because obviously like Streamlabs has got a lot of stuff built in, so they're trying to like combine it somehow.
That's because
OBS,
Streamlabs is stealing the open source code from OBS, modifying it with their own identity and their own enhancements and own automations, and then relabeling it as their own product.
That's right, yeah.
And then what makes it legal is because they're not charging anybody to use it. Well, you can do that.
That's it. I always thought Streamlabs was just an easier version of OBS. I thought it was part of the same thing, pretty much, but obviously it's not.
It's a stripped down version of OBS where they've replaced a bunch of features of OBS as scripts. Options you can enable or disable. but you can't do the fancy stuff that we're doing.
That's what I'm saying. I could never get away with it because you're kind of tied to their stuff anyway. And you don't use their stuff. You kind of like add your own individual stuff like you can in OBS.
Yeah, if I had $1 for every time I watched a YouTube instructional on how to, do this in OBS or whatever, and they specifically have to say in the instructions, no, Matthew, this doesn't work with slobs. Streamlabs OBS.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. You're kind of tied to their
I mean, these guys giving the tutorial have literally called out people by name because it's like, hey, man, I know that Matthew's going to ask me this in the freaking comments. Let me answer his question before he even asks it. No, Matthew, this doesn't work in slobs.
Not wrong with being honest, is there?
Well, folks, I would think we've reached our limit of the 5-hour stream. We've covered everything there's to cover. We've chatted about all kinds of miscellaneous things.
And that's gone quick again.
And I think it's time for us to wrap it up for today.
Yeah, man. Oh, where did that go? Whew. Where did that go?
It flew by.
We have a wonderful time. It just flies by. Only feels like an hour.
Then again, you and I are just sitting here like we're at the pub, having a couple drinks.
Well, this is it. What it's all about. All
right, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. Stay safe, vape safe. Have a wonderful week ahead, and we'll see you same time, same place next week.
Yes, folks. Thank you, all you boys and girls, again for joining us in chat. Absolutely love having you here. You do make the show. As always, on your way out, hit that thumbs up, that like button, whatever. It really does help us. And again, if you do watch us on replay, to you guys out there who's on replay, again, hit that thumbs up and like button, helps us. Incredibly well, it helps Alex currently, it's his stream, so I'm not saying nothing. Anyway, I'm not going off on a tangent. But as always, boys and girls, thank you again for joining us, and we shall see you the same time, same place next week. But until then, you all stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.